Hmm. Hey, what's going on, y'all? Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm excited. I am really excited. I am. I promise you. Men don't want to be leaders. They just don't want to listen to women. Okay. Let's see how it goes. How's everybody Sunday? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to everyone. What y'all been doing? I got a good amount. I got a good amount of prompts, so we're gonna see how this goes. You know, might cycle through. I had one that said men aren't leaders, but I don't know. I was like, fuck it. I was like, fuck it, I'll run this one. Welcome in, everybody. We in this thing. Men don't want to be leaders. They just don't want to listen to women. Men don't want to be leaders. They just don't want to listen to women. That's where we starting off. We're gonna see where we end up, but that's where we're gonna start off. That's where we're gonna start off. I feel like it's fair, right? Men aren't really into leadership. I got many thoughts on why or how we prove every day that we're not really interested in being leaders. What up, Chandra? Men prove every day that they don't want to be leaders. Every day. Pom Pom was good. Unfortunately, men prove every day that we don't want to be leaders. Bama was good with it, folks. We in this thing. Oh man, I'm a little tired. A little bit. I just got a little tired. I don't know where it came from. Freshly baked like a yeah, what's good? What's good? Why do you guys think that men? Well, why I ask you guys a question? So anybody, you can let me know. First of all, do men want to be leaders? Or do you think men actually, um, you know, do men actually want to be leaders? Thanks, Ivory. That'd be my first question. Secondly, if men want to be leaders, what are they doing to be leaders? Like, what are they doing to put themselves in the best position to be leaders? Right. That's more what I want to know. Like, if you think men are supposed to be leaders, that's fine. I'm sorry. If you think men are actively trying to be leaders, that's fine. But then can you articulate or give me an example of how men are putting themselves in positions to be leaders outside of just saying we should be the leaders and whatever? No, they just want the reward of feeling like they can dominate over someone else. Yeah, that's definitely a part of it. They absolutely do not, because they never want the blame whenever it goes wrong. Oh, that's really the point. That's a lot of it. I think men know how to be leaders. Like, I mean, I think they know like how to become better leaders. They just don't. They just don't want to do the work, right? I think they know. I don't think they don't know. They just like having a personal slave to do their housework and a yes man to agree with all their thoughts. Yeah, that's. I think they know. What up, villain? They want the glory, but not the full responsibility of leadership. They want all the benefits and none of the rewards. I mean, they want all the benefits and none of the responsibilities. Right. My ex would be a quote unquote leader, but then yell at me when the decisions when his decision wasn't a good one. Goodness gracious. Um, Patriarchy doesn't require them to grow up. That's true. Very true. Very true. What up, Black Kitty? I'm married to a great leader, 14 years. I pop off if it's warranted, though. It's nice. Good for you. I'm not, I mean, like me personally, I'm not interested in being a leader. That's not my thing. Um, only time I've ever really even wanted to be like, the only reason I've ever really wanted to be a manager or anything like that, even like in my career, was so I could make more money. I didn't really. I remember talking to my wife. We used to talk about that all the time, and she'd be like, "Should you take that promotion, or should you go up for that promotion?" Um, and I would be like, we would start talking about it, and I would be like, "Well, how much more money am I going to make than what I'm making now?" Right? Like, so, whatever, you're making 120 grand a year, and you're going to become a manager, and now you're going to make 165 grand a year, and I'm like, yeah, but my job is now more at jeopardy because the first people they fire are the managers. And in the field that I was in, usually they fire the managers first. Um, and then I'm also gonna have to like take a lot of shit from management. But as a worker, like not a manager, I could say whatever the fuck I wanted to say. I used to be in there talking crazy shit. When you're a manager, you're expected to be on management side. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we would talk about that all the time. And I'd be like, yeah, I don't really care to it's not that serious. You know what I'm saying? Like for me to become a manager or whatever, or become a supervisor or whatever it was. Like I'm good right here. Yes, I watched Handmaid's Tale several times. I wouldn't let a man lead me through a cornfield, let alone life. Jesus Christ. 100% agree with the caption. The men's don't be leading for real. My mom and I was having this conversation, and she's waiting for him to kick the bucket to be happy. God damn. Um, yeah, that's sad. What up, Karen? Yeah, I just don't. I don't see men being obsessed. We're being leaders. I don't think men want to. I mean, men are obsessed with being leaders, being perceived as leaders, but that we're not obsessed with actual like leadership or being better leaders or being the best type of leaders that we could be. One of the cornerstones, one of the cornerstones um, of leadership is education. And what percentage of men are actively pursuing an education in anything? What group of men, what percentage of men are actively, uh trying to grow, expand their minds, you know? Yeah, yeah, I know you do that, Jeff, but most men don't though, unfortunately. Boys listen to women, men lead. Boys listen to women, men lead. Boys listen to women, men lead. Weird. So it doesn't make any sense. That's it. This is what I'm saying. This is why you can't trust men to lead. Because let's follow this logic. So if boys listen to women, then wouldn't that make women better leaders than men? Because women raise the boys who ultimately become the leaders. So why don't we just listen to women? I'm saying based on that logic, it just you're saying that women are the leaders then, right? Like and here's why you don't. This is what I be talking about in real time. This is why I don't really be the logic of men. The male mind is a scary place. The lack of knowledge is wild. That's a scary. I don't know. In the minds of men. In the minds of men. Only a man could think of that. Only a man could be that illogical. It takes a certain level of privilege to be that illogical. You know what I'm saying? Men have been leaders for most of history, and look where that's gotten us. Damn near hell. What up, Logic? The male mind is dark and full of terrors. It's spooky, scary, spooky, hilarious, crazy, scary, spooky. That's the male mind. It is not rational. The rational male and the rational mind. Very, very bad. My holiday was good. Had a good holiday. Being led by a man, but also taking care of him. Crazy. How is he leading and you're taking care of, like, that's crazy. You can't lead without sacrifice, and men don't sacrifice. That is true. Men don't sacrifice shit. That's another part of it. Males who worship themselves are deplorable as leaders. Men don't think much. I don't know. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Are y'all not? Are we not? We're 11 minutes in. They don't like it. Okay. Man, the prompts. Damn, the prompts be so scary. It be scaring the males. Maybe that one. Only abusers are obsessed with being leaders. Maybe we run that one. They want the illusion. They want the illusion and credit of leadership. Yeah, exactly, Tia. Only abusers are obsessed with being leaders. Why else are so many men obsessed with religion? Just put single mothers in. Oh man, I need to just put single mothers in there at the end. Just add it in at the end. Said it's tiny and hard to read. Oh, is it tiny? I don't know. Maybe I can combine them. I'll put them on the same. I can put them in the same prompt. That way we get the best of both worlds, right? Because it all goes hand in hand. I just separated it. This is smaller, or the other one is. Yeah, I don't know. Seems pretty good. I can read it just fine. Oh man. Right. These men here going obsessed with being leaders and high value. Oh, I think it was the other one they were saying was little. It was little because it was more words, so I made it smaller, but it didn't seem like it was that hard to read, was it? Is that what it was? Oh, no, that's a different prompt. You're saying this is small? Oh, okay. I guess it is smaller. I think it was that small. No. What we doing? Let's not talk about the alpha male. I love talking about the alpha males. They're funny to me. I always think alpha males is I don't know. I always think alpha males are funny. Anybody that considers themselves to be an alpha male is weird. Women don't need to be led, actually. I don't think anybody should need to be led. I want to make that abundantly clear. I don't think anybody should need to be led, right? I think it's okay to be directed. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we're working on a job site, there's an architect there, right? Who drew up the plans, and they give us the direction, but we should be able to execute. You shouldn't need anybody to be like, okay, guys, this is the game plan. You just be like, "Ooh, this is your job," and you go do your fucking job. Like, I don't think anything's wrong with that. And I wouldn't call the architect the leader, right? Like, I don't think we necessarily need leaders. I think we need organizers. I think we need planners. Everybody has a role, I wouldn't call a planner or an organizer a leader. They're just a planner and an organizer. Then you go play your role in the plan or the organization part, in the organizational part. That's what it is. I'm personally like over the whole idea of like we need leaders in relationships or we need leaders in society in general. We need, I mean, I guess even like in sports, like I'm like, I don't know. I don't really care for it. I don't really care for the idea. I think it's kind of stupid. I think it's overstated at this point. It's religion. Men need to control something to feel valuable. That's a good prompt, actually. That is a good prompt. Men need to control something to feel valuable. Yep. Men do. Men definitely need to control stuff to feel valuable because in capitalism, it doesn't afford men the opportunity to have much control or power over themselves, over their destiny. So, they instead of them trying to change that system, they would rather try to force people in their personal lives into these rigid roles so that they can control something. That's pretty much what it breaks down to. Unfortunately. Leadership gives them a false sense of value. Yeah. Absolutely. Because men by default are leaders but in our society, right? Because they have a penis. I'm actually not sick, believe it or not. I just have inflammation in my esophagus. No diddy. The whole you need me shit. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Men created this like artificial environment, and then you know what I'm saying. Like it's like I don't know if you guys ever seen the movie starring Kathy Bates and James Caan. I think it's called Misery. That was one of my favorite movies growing up. Don't ask me why. 80s babies, we watch wild shit. But anyways, so Kathy Bates basically no, it's not allergies. Kathy Bates, she finds James Caan all beat up and from a car wreck, and then she takes him to her home, and come to find out he's like some famous writer. She knows who he is, whatever, if I remember correctly. But anyways, she ends up tying him, like she chains him to a bed so he can't leave, right? And she proceeds to abuse him. He did depend on her. Like once he was chained to that bed, he depended on her for food, for water, for companionship, whatever it was. She was his lifeline, right? But she was the one, misery. But she chained him to the bed. Yeah, she hobbled him for trying to escape. I'll never forget that part is traumatizing. She put that block between his feet and smashed his ankles and hobbled him. Yeah. But that is what men are doing in society. Men hobble women. And then when women need men to a certain extent, men go, see, y'all need us. We the leaders. And And I'm like, but you hobbled them though. Like if you never hobbled them, that never would have happened. They would never need you. I promise you, if you didn't hobble women, they wouldn't need you. Yeah, we all right. We made it through. Who is this Sleaze 45? Who is that? I don't know who that is. It's a wild name. I swear, y'all be seeing people in here I don't never see. Y'all say a comment, I'll look, and I'm like, who is this person? Oh, there he goes. Okay. Well, we're gonna mute Sleaze 45. You can come up, Sleaze. You can come up and get unmuted. But you are very much muted now. Very much so. Looks like a troll page. Yep. If he's a troll page, then he got blocked. Then he got muted. Feel like that's good. We don't like troll pages. I don't mind trolls that want to come up and talk. And, you can troll to a certain extent. Because I feel like most of the dudes be trolls. Even the ones you have like I was listening to one of my lives today. I had like somebody liked the clip or something like that. And I went back and I was listening to it. And I'm like, I think 90% of the men, 99% of the men I talk to are trolls. Yeah, men are trolls in real life. Exactly. So, you know, it's like every now and again, you run into a man that is a real person that, regardless of whatever they thought before talking to you, they are a real person, and they just, they just like, they were led astray. They were ignorant to a lot of things or whatever the case may be. But yeah, most men be trolling their ass off. All right. Well, I'm 20 minutes in. Seems like it's not happening. Well, we'll see. No, I saw what you said, Rise. You was good. They do troll women in real life. All right. So I will have to restart the live. Let's do that. I'll be back. Okay. Well, it didn't work. Here we go, y'all. We are on an illustrious mission to trick the algorithm on TikTok. I'm gonna go easy. Let's go easy. Next prompt. Y'all know what it is. I'm gonna go easy with them. We're gonna do the low hanging fruit. I said men are more emotional than women. How about that? Oh man. I know we got a lot. Patty LaBelle. We got a lot locked and loaded right now. How long ago we boycotted Walmart for? What's Walmart? Oh man. Last time I went to Walmart was in the summertime, and that was because I was at an Airbnb, and the closest store to us was Walmart. I don't go to Walmart though. I don't feel comfortable there. I feel uncomfortable every time I go to Walmart. Also, they don't have Apple Pay. I can't fuck with Walmart. Look, man, I'm gonna tell you something. The tamales, man, and the chicharrones, man. They got Apple Pay. When I buy my son chicharrones, and I buy and we go get the we go get elote. Even the elote man, the tamales lady got Apple Pay. The elote man got Apple Pay, and the chicharrones man got Apple Pay. But you telling me Walmart can't get Apple Pay? Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. I'm gonna go. Like, what they be telling people? Go where you're loved. I'm gonna go where I'm loved. They obviously don't love me because I barely want to take my wallet out. I hate taking my wallet out. I got my phone in my hand. My wallet usually is in my little sling bag. I don't want to unzip that motherfucker every time I go shopping. I want to. That's all I want to do. That's it. That's it, baby. That's all I want to do. We've been here working hard. We've been building our prop. We've been stacking our prop game up. We stacking on stacking on stacking. Yeah, yeah, Mika. That Walmart pay shit stupid. I don't shop at Walmart enough. Why am I gonna get Walmart pay? I think I left and when it got cash, it came back and bought my shit because I had like some groceries or something we needed for the we was on vacation. That shit made me so mad. I had got a bunch of shit, and then I walked up to I went all the way over there. I checked out and everything, and then I hit the to do the Apple Pay, and they was like, "Nah." I was like, "Oh yeah, nah, I can't." Oh man, I'm good on Kroger. I mean, they don't got a Kroger in California. They got that. They doing that price surge shit in them stores apparently. At Walmart, Kroger, Whole Foods, and Aldi. They're doing that price surge shit where they got the electronic prices, and then they like like during certain hours of the day, they make the price go up. So if you go in there and like everybody buying alcohol, it's like 4th of July. It's like 4th of July weekend, and everybody buying Henny. You know what I'm saying? And they down to 3 bottles of Henny. They gonna gouge you. They gonna kick that Henny up. It ain't gonna be 30 no more. It ain't gonna be 40. They gonna kick that shit up to 47, 50. Wicked. At Aldi, Kroger, Walmart, and Whole Foods. Mm-hmm. Pretty much, if you see the electronic tags on there, just assume they might be doing that shit. Just yeah. Aldi? How do you say it? What is it? Aldi or Aldi? I don't know. I don't shop there either. I don't know. I don't know nothing about it. I've been there before a few times. I think we used to go there a few times. Yeah, Aldi. There you go. I don't know. Y'all some goddamn. When y'all become English teachers? Shit. I gotta watch myself around y'all. Y'all goddamn turned into Miss Frizzle in this motherfucker. This ain't the Magic School Bus. Mm, don't let me get on y'all accents. No, just playing. Dr. Nuck, retired public school superintendent. Yep. Publix has the best produce. Never been there before. Rage bait. I don't think you guys know what rage bait is. I don't think you guys know what rage bait is. I think you think rage bait is. I think you think if somebody says something that makes you rage, then that means it's rage bait. That's not what rage bait. Just because you got enraged by something doesn't make it rage bait. You just got enraged. Sir Maximus was good with it. Sir Maximus, yeah, that's his name. Was good with it. Oh, hold on. I can't even hear you. Hold on. Wait. My fault. Okay. Have my phone turned down. I got you. You good.
I wanted to know, how do you quantify that? Like, how can you say specific gender? Anyway, go on both either male or female or male. How could you quantify which one is more emotional?
By the things that they do.
I mean, you could use a specific example of a person, but you couldn't generalize on the whole group and say that this person is, or these people are, or this gender, is more emotional than the other.
Yeah, you could.
Evidence supporting that.
You could talk about violence. You could talk about cheating. You could talk about a bunch of stuff.
I mean, cheating does not necessarily have to. I mean, there's a lot of things you're saying, but none of them actually have to require the emotion. The violence, I understand, but even then, that doesn't say that women couldn't be just as violent in certain situations. That doesn't mean they don't do violence, perhaps not on the same scale. But
if they don't do violence on the same scale, then they are not as emotional as men. That would be the proof. See, instead of saying stuff could be like, that's not an argument, right? Like if I'm saying that men are more violent, that's my example. You said, how can you quantify this? And I just gave the biggest one would be violence. And then you say, well, women could be at, hold on. And then you say, well, women could be as violent. What do you mean? Based on what? They're not.
So emotions are not even inherently bad, but like
emotions are not even what? What'd you say?
They're not inherently bad.
I didn't say emotions are inherently bad.
I agree. That's why I was saying. Give me a second.
Who is this dude?
Yeah, so I think actually.
Hold on.
The thing I'm saying is that I understand that emotions are not inherently bad, but for example, men experience, let's say, a lot of joy, right? Or women experience a lot of joy. That joy could be seen as emotion. Perhaps someone could say women are more happy than men; they experience more joy. That would mean that they're more emotional, perhaps, right?
Yeah, but let's think about this. This is like where we get into like context clues, right? Or just in general.
I know you mean like negative emotion.
Yeah, like if you know when people say men are more emotional or women are more emotional, you know what they're referring to, right? Like, you know, they're not saying like,
it's not positive.
It's usually not positive, correct? That's what I'm saying. So let's stick to that. We're talking about.
I just wanted to make sure that we solidified that understanding there.
Yeah, I fully understand what I'm saying. I'm not trying to trick anybody. I'm using the term the way that the vast majority of people use it and interpret it. And the example that I gave is something that I think everybody would accept unless they were lying to themselves. And so, yeah, I would just like to know how aren't men more emotional than women?
Okay, so even when I was saying, going back to when I was saying that when it comes to like violence and things like that, just because violence is not on the same scale does not mean that any amount of violence does not require the same amount of emotion. It just might be that they don't have the same amount of actual power. For example, men are more likely to be serial killers. Serial offers, perhaps. I don't know if TikTok likes that. Well, the difference here is, I mean, even those type of people who do that kind of thing, they usually don't get much of an experience from it, right? Or they don't drive too much emotion in general. Some of them do, but a lot of them, they say that they just felt nothing as they did whatever they were doing. So there's no emotion, but they're often, a lot of people say men are more violent. That guy is a violent person, but there's no emotion.
Wait, they do feel an emotion. They feel anger. They feel hatred.
Yeah, but I'm saying people can show violence without having any emotion.
They can't win. Men don't. Wait. So think about, I am a bit of a
are an example of that.
Hold on.
Not showing emotion.
Hold on. I disagree. I don't think they care, which I will agree with. They don't care. They don't have a positive emotion. They don't feel empathy, right? But do they feel anger and hatred? Absolutely. You don't think that Kemper, you don't think he hated his mom? Of course he did. That's why he her head off and then stuffed his penis inside of it. You don't think he hated his mom? You don't think BTK hated women? You don't think these men hate women?
I don't know who you're referencing when you say BTK.
Edward, they're just serial unalive. BTK is Richard Rader, I believe his name was. Or is. I'm sorry, he's still alive. He's like in the 60s, 70s, maybe. There's a bunch of men, like, I don't know what you're talking about. They do feel.
There are times, but like I'm talking about like full-on serial killers who might just go on and just do a lot of people or things like that. They often don't get emotion from it, and sometimes when they do, they do it solely to get some emotion because they don't feel emotions in general. So it's only when they do certain things like offing someone or unaliving someone that they get an emotional response.
Okay.
Right, so what I'm saying, I'm just trying to point out that the violence that men display is not inherently tied to emotion.
So I want to be clear. So you used the most extreme version of men who commit acts of violence to prove that the majority of men commit acts of violence and are emotionless when they do so?
So the reason why I brought it up is just to show, like, even like I just wanted to show you that even extreme violence does not necessarily mean that the person is overly emotional. You know,
I think what you're doing, you're not showing me anything. I understand that. I'm trying to help you understand that I'm not talking about the extreme versions of men. I'm just talking about the average men, just average men. The majority of
I
men.
think where we got mixed up there is just I was trying to say that violence does not necessitate emotions. Is what I was trying to say.
Most violence does. You're saying that it can't. I agree. Sometimes it can't. Sometimes, very few. But the vast majority of violence that's committed is committed under duress or it is committed with an emotion or several emotions. That's what I'm saying. So why are you giving me these extreme examples where people have zero like what percentage of people have zero emotions?
I think where we got off onto this is the initial point I was trying to say is that different levels of violence. For example, if I punch someone, right, or if I like slap them up, right, that shows. Perhaps personally, me, I'd be a bit angry when I'd be doing that. I'm not going to deny that. But if I were to perhaps pew someone, I could show the exact same emotion. It's just that I was able to get away with it in that specific instance, which would lead me to actually taking a more drastic course of violence. I'm just trying to show that people do it because of the specific power and what they think they can get away with. It's not necessarily the level of emotion often that allows them to do some things. It's the repercussions that they fear. And I know people might not be getting what I'm saying there, but what I'm saying
I don't think you have a point, and I don't understand your point. I'm just trying to understand what are you trying to say, because that doesn't negate what I'm saying. You telling me that all of these what ifs and shit, I don't care. That you're just convoluting the conversation. But hold on. Listen, stop trying to explain yourself. Trust me, I hear what you're trying to say. I'm just telling you, it doesn't have anything to do with what I'm saying. I'm saying men are way more emotional than women because of the way that we act, because of the way that we treat women, because of the way we treat ourselves, and because of the way we treat the planet in general, right? Men are more emotional than women. We're more angry. We're quicker to violence. We're quicker to cheat. We're quicker to deceive. We're quick, like all of these things. And you're saying that, well, women could. I don't give a fuck.
You can't actually prove that we're quicker to cheat, deceive, or lie in any of those things. There's no proof to show that that's the case.
There is proof because we cheat more. We lie. But hold on, Maximus. I promise you, you just don't know, and you don't know, and that's fine. But
we can pull up the evidence statistically speaking right now. There's no evidence.
What statistics? What statistics do you want me to show you? Do you want to read the study on how men lie more than women?
Like they're and cheating more. Like women are liars too, bro. Let's be honest.
I didn't say, but listen.
I know cheating more. Cheating more is the difference. Right?
Listen,
the distinction that's gonna.
I think, and this is proof right now. What I'm saying, how men are more emotional than women, because you're not being logical. You're being emotional. You're having an emotional reaction to what I'm saying. You're not thinking it through. Honestly, you're not. You're not thinking it through.
With apathy, you know, like I don't experience emotion as a person personally. Like I don't have emotions as a person.
So you come up here. So you try to gaslight people because you don't care.
No, I'm trying to have like a logical understanding. I just want to understand, right?
But you're not trying to have a logical understanding.
So let me perhaps make the distinction, right? This is just the point here. Given that there's no studies to show more. They can't be quantified who lies more. Right?
There are studies that show that though. So you have to stop saying. You can just say, I don't know. I didn't know that there was studies out there that prove that men lie more.
Could you please provide a study? And after that, I'll be free to just read it and take a step out of this conversation.
Literally, Google. Who lies more, men or women? Study.
Google is a search engine, right? It's not really.
Oh, I know. I know what Google is because you know why I'm telling you this, because this is how I found it.
I've researched it before personally. I've just never come across it. I don't think that's.
I don't think you researched it before because it's super easy to find. Because I was on a live just like this, and we was having a similar conversation, and I literally looked it up in 2 seconds on the live, and then I rated after the fact. So you can look it up.
But they're often like .coms, and it's made by either an emotional man or a woman trying to say that either side is more emotional, things like that. So
I don't even know what the point of that was.
He's right. Stop it. He's right.
Stop what?
stop trying to repeat what he's saying, because he's right.
Shut your ass up. You don't even know what he's talking about. You don't even know what he's talking about, no, sir.
He just said it was the emotional man that wrote that piece. That's what he's trying to explain to you, sir. For example,
you think that's logical? You think he don't even know who wrote?
Yes.
A man didn't write it. It was a study done. You don't know if it was done by sir, stop. You don't know who the doctors were, who conducted, the scientists were, who conducted the study. You assuming it was an emotional man proves how emotional both of y'all are and how illogical both of you are. You don't have any logic.
I'm emotional because I was raised by a single mom, so I'm very emotional. I agree to that. I get my mom's emotions. So you're right.
How old are you?
Who, me? 36. I'll be 37 soon.
And you still blaming your mama for shit?
No, I ain't blaming my mom for nothing. Ever since
hey, imagine being 37 still blaming your mama for some shit.
I didn't blame my mom for anything. You did that. Blamed his mom on that. He just
he did blame his mom.
A lot of black men got that problem. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. You got your mom's emotions. You can't trigger a black man. It's so easy to do. That's why Trump seems to trigger y'all so bad.
Hey. Hold on. You already you getting way too weird too fast. Slow it down. Back it up. Mentioning Trump in this conversation is weird. Unnecessary.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're sir. No, sir. I just want to tell you something. I know you like to troll. You know, I've had you up here many times. You are. Because that's stupid. Has nothing to do with anything, right? You don't know why people are triggered by Trump. You didn't even vote.
I did vote. Got him.
I don't believe you.
So I actually have studies here proving that women cheat more than men.
No, you don't.
In today's society.
No, you don't.
Historically, it shows that men did cheat more.
They don't cheat. They don't cheat more today, and they never have. That's a lie. You just Google.
Studies. You like it?
Wait. You don't need studies. Don't we know that women are sneakier than men?
Right, we know that.
Do we need a study to show this?
No. We don't know that.
My grandma was a straight cheater. My grandma, why do you think the whole mailman thing came up? Every time my granddad was off the work, my grandma was sliding off with the mailman. This goes back, bro.
That's because your granddad was cheating on her and he was abusive.
When your grandma and your mama, your life was hell. Your life sounds terrible. You first blame your mama, now you blaming your grandma. Your life sounds terrible.
He don't like nobody in his family.
You blame white people for your whole life, right? You don't blame nobody.
Who?
Like, this is in my control, sir.
Who? Who blaming who? I'm just saying.
You one of them liberals. You're a crybaby too. I heard you a couple lies before.
Liberal?
Says the guy that blamed his mom for being
emotional.
You was raised by your dad, bro. If you're gonna be emotional, you're just gonna be emotional. You know what I'm saying? That ain't true. It's a balance. It's a balance, fool. That's what I'm talking about.
Why you didn't figure out the balance then? Why you still so emotional? Why you ain't cracked the code?
I did.
No, you didn't. You still emotional.
With my children, I did.
What?
That's right. That's right.
Wait, I got a question.
Go ahead, gang.
Wow.
One at a time, y'all. One at a time. Hold on. Erica said women aren't sneakier. Men just don't pay attention. Yeah, we know that. That's the truth. Go ahead, gang.
So I see the comments. The comments is all women. Do you think you really being totally truthful?
I mean, he's a panderer. He's a panderer.
Yeah. I'm saying, do you think you're being totally truthful if all these women agree with you on everything?
You can just disprove what I'm saying.
I'll go ahead. I can argue anything. Men.
Just wait. Hold on, Yang. Let me stop you. You can argue against anything. You're right. Right? You can tell me that the sun ain't hot if you want to. I'm saying, can you actually make a point? Because Sir Maximus is an idiot. He don't know what the fuck he talking about. And yay, you don't have a study, Sir Maximus. You do, because I know, because I've actually, what I'm trying to tell y'all is I actually studied this shit. You haven't. That's why you looking it up right now. And I know how Google works. I know how Google works.
Okay. I mean, I never said you don't know how Google works. I mean, like, look at
no, I think you, no. I'm telling you, I know how it works though, because when you say I have a study, that proves that women cheat more nowadays, I know you're wrong or you're lying. But I believe there is some document that you're reading right now that says that. Does that make it viable? Does that make it? Is it peer reviewed?
I'll prove to you women are more emotional.
Mhm.
I literally, before I got on here,
Yep.
I literally just saw a TikTok of this woman crying because her boyfriend rolled over to the other side.
Yep. So that makes women more emotional. You're smart,
That's an instance that signals it. Yeah. It's one microcosmic instance that shows it.
Yep. Yeah. That makes, see how smart Ye is? He's not the liar. Ye's not the liar up here, y'all. It's me. I'm the one that's lying. He just gave me a 15-second video of a woman crying because her boyfriend did something, and he's not lying though.
Do women have mental breakdowns when their boyfriends roll over on the bed? Yes.
Okay.
Has a man ever had that?
I don't know. You would have to ask a man.
I know for me the answer is no.
You don't have a girlfriend though, so you don't count.
How do you know all that?
Look how you talk.
You don't think you can get a girlfriend without pandering to women on every single whim they have?
I'm married, and you don't have a girlfriend. I'm not saying you can't get one. I'm saying you don't have a girlfriend. I'm married. You don't have a girlfriend. I don't got to pander to anybody.
You're showing a lot of. I think the reason why you think men are more emotional is because you personally are very emotional. I mean, you're showing a lot of. You're showing a lot of emotion. I mean, let's just be honest.
Oh, now you're gonna try to gaslight me here. I can't wait to hear this. How am I showing emotion? By eating my fries and minding my business?
No. I mean, it's just like personally, you must not have a girlfriend, or I don't think you can.
He doesn't have a girlfriend. I was right. He doesn't have a girlfriend. I'm not being emotional.
Well, like,
I made an educated guess.
You're reading into things, in general. I mean, like the problem here is like.
Hold on, wait. I'm reading it. Here's why I love the contradictions. You and Ye up here cyber slurping each other, calling me a panderer.
What are you talking about?
Cyber slurping. You are virtually sucking each other's. Hold on. You are virtually sucking each other's penises, right? So I'm not understanding. I'm not being. I don't have any problem with two men laying down with each other. None whatsoever. Don't call. That's not me being homophobic.
I'm not saying you're homophobic.
Man, you sold out. You sold out to these manic women on TikTok,
I'm not saying you're homophobic.
Look at him.
You sold out to these Zoomer women, bro. That's why they donate.
So the public offender.
Hold on, y'all. One at a time. I can only hear the. Hold on, y'all. I can only hear the insults one at a time.
You would give me 10 seconds, please. So firstly, I'm not saying you're homophobic. I'm just saying you're homosexual. That's why you're probably vying for women, right?
I'm a homosexual. Okay. So here's another. Here's why that's super emotional. But here's how y'all what you guys say to me. It ends up.
No, I don't know this dude. So
hold on, y'all. I'm tired of trying to talk over y'all. I'm gonna tell you something right now. This is what I find hilarious. So Ye just said I have to pander to women to be with them, meaning I'm not. Which would hold on, Ye, shut up.
That ain't what I said.
Shut up. You did. That is what you said. You said you don't have to pander to women to sleep with them, which by I'm not going to explain it to you if you're too stupid to know what you were saying. But anyways, so then Sir Maximus and his cyber slurping, you guys are agreeing with one another, right? And then Sir Maximus says that I'm a homosexual. So which one is it? Am I pandering so I can sleep with women, or am I a homosexual? Or is it both?
I'll tell you, you were shocked that
I'm very curious.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about I said you were shocked that I actually spoke my mind, and you were like, "Oh my goodness, has a woman ever touched you?"
That's not. Wait. That's not what happened. That's stupid.
Do you agree? If you were being totally truthful, you would have this much support from the women online? If you were speaking your true mind right now.
Hold on. So I think the question. I think this is a better question.
Going to offend people with the truth?
Hold on, Ye. Stop. I'm gonna help you out. Let me answer y'all question for you. So Ye, this is how it works. If you want to attract men, you get online and you sound uneducated and you sound as stupid as Sir Maximus sounds, or you, right? And you lie and you pander to men. Or hold on before you get triggered. Just listen. Or you can choose to tell the truth, right? And if you tell the truth, especially around issues that affect men and women, like if you're talking like gender dynamics and things of that nature, right? if you get online and you tell the truth about men and women will follow you. No doubt about it. Men will not follow you if you tell them the truth. You have to lie to men to attract them. You have to lie to attract men. You tell the truth if you tell the truth, you will attract women. That's just how it works. If you tell the truth about men and women, you will piss men off. If you tell the truth, if you lie about men and women, you will attract men and you will attract women, but you will get like a lot of hate from women, and you will get, you like the women they'll do like the Kevin Samuels model where they like support you, but to like, they want to talk shit to you, right? Like, so they'll patronize you and they'll subscribe and do all of that stuff, but they think they could change you, right? And you'll get the pick me's, right? So if I wanted to pander to any group of people, right, and I wanted to be successful, the easiest group of people to pander to are men, because men are so dumb and so susceptible to conspiracy theories, untruths, inconsistent stories. Like, all you got, like, women be clocking that shit. You got to be really consistent for women to believe you. You really do. You got to be really consistent for women to believe you. You do. But if
Isn't every woman falling asleep to crime documentaries?
See, you like to just say random shit. Like, think about what you're saying.
I like to say shit that is actually true. Like, you got to use your eyes for some of this. Not everything is going to have a
What eyes? You don't even. I like crime documentaries.
Okay, you falling asleep to this emotional ass shit?
Yeah, I do.
You are?
Yeah, I watch, bro. That's what I'm saying. You just be talking. You don't even know what you're talking about. I love crime documentaries.
Well, it's because I like to give personal anecdotes, because no one.
Because you haven't done any studying and you're a fucking liar. So you love to use personal anecdotes. Yeah, that's why.
You want to argue about a p-value from a study all day, really?
A p-value? No, I don't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? So let's talk about what we see in reality.
I'm just saying, no, you don't see it in reality. Hold on. Yay, you're so smart. How does social media sites function? How do you see the things that you come across on your social media site?
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
You don't know how that works. So are you not familiar with the way algorithms function?
Oh, waves. Ain't it wavelengths or something?
Algorithms.
Sure, you know what an algorithm is.
Yeah. So
I don't know what really.
No, I mean, you didn't know. So he's assuming that you didn't know. It seems so algorithms, right? We know that generally speaking, what they do is they put the things that you want to see, or the things that they think you're going to react to in whatever way, they put that in front of you, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I'm using your anecdotal experience, i.e. your algorithm, to base my life experience on, do you think that that's fair? But do you think that your algorithm looks like my algorithm?
I'd say it looks closer than a woman's algorithm.
No, it doesn't, actually. And I don't know why you're assuming that. My algorithm, I would say, if you scroll down my algorithm, it is probably content, about 70-80% of it is from Black women specifically.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll try to, let me cut through, because this is a lot of personal stuff. What is your best argument that men are more emotional than women? That
they're more violent, they commit more acts of violence than women.
But isn't that only like 1% of men? Like, it's so rare, it's not even worth talking about.
You think only 1% of men commit violence? You think only 1% of men are abusive?
What percent of men go to jail?
I don't know. I don't know the exact percentage of men. But that's not, wait. But that's a different discussion. I'm not talking prison. I'm not talking jail. I'm saying violence, acts of violence. That's it. Whether it be rape, whether it be assault, anything like that, a fight, whatever, right? Most men do that. No, it's not testosterone. Women have testosterone too.
Yeah, but men have 17 times as much.
Man, that's emotions. If you can't fathom in your head that men are definitely 10 times more emotional than females, just based off everyday living life and having conversations with dudes on an everyday basis, then I don't know what's wrong with you, bro. That means you can't even put your personal pride to the side and actually see reality.
No, I'm saying a man that's emotional as a woman, he is in jail.
No, he's not.
He is.
No. Go ahead, Breezy.
That's why you always hear.
Okay, put it like this: by calling, but by calling him by even coming up here, and the first thing was you got triggered and you called him homosexual. That's a sign of being emotional, right?
No. He didn't. He called me a pander.
Oh, that was the other dude.
He called me a pander. The other dude called me homosexual. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, either way, both of them stupid.
No, I didn't even call you a pander. You just were shocked that I said I could get a woman and not pander to every single thing. That's all I said.
Why would I be shocked by that? Why would I be shocked by that?
Okay, you look shocked by it. But
I wasn't shocked by that. I hear stupid shit like that every day. Nothing you said is original.
I came up here and said it the other day. I ain't gonna lie.
Nothing Ye has said. Nothing Ye has said in the last 10 minutes is something that I haven't heard. But in the last 48 hours, everything you've said, I've heard in the last 48 hours. You guys are a part of a hive mind. You say the same shit. Every trigger man says the same fucking triggered shit every single time.
Hive mind is the hive mind not literally a woman terminology?
No.
The hive mind, the mother bee, yes.
It's not a woman term. What does that even? What do you mean? Woman, female terminology.
Yeah, it's woman terminology.
It's not female terminology. They didn't come up with the term hive mind. You see what I'm saying?
They're calling one queen bee.
It's about in that instance, the bee is a female. That doesn't make it a female term. What are you talking about? And when we talk about humans, it's not. You're too stupid to even talk. Go ahead, Breezy.
Hey, what's up, man?
Chilling. What's happening with you, man? Hey, man, I heard you was on a live yapping about me crying. What happened, man? You all right?
I was on the live yapping about. All right, you must be talking about old boy.
I don't know what live we talking about. I'm Breezy. I'm gonna tell you the extent of the information I got. Hey, Breezy was on the live yapping about you, and he was crying. And I was like, "What?" I was like, "Was he whining?" I was like, "Was he whining or was he literally crying?" And they were like, "No, he was crying." And I was like, "Damn, that's fucked up." I do. Everybody in the comments is saying you was in Shannon live crying.
Everybody in the chat is on the same type of time.
They all lying on you? Okay.
Would you look like the point where you saying emotional, bro?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go back to, I don't know how many years ago it was, but when Derek Jackson was at the height of his fame, right?
Mm-hmm.
And every video he made, women were tell the truth, speak, agreeing with everything he's saying,
mm-hmm.
and then they come out and he's sleeping with his followers, and he's married, and all the stuff he's telling women to look for in men, this is exactly what he's doing, right? Mm-hmm. So then it's another, I don't know if you know him, his name is Yada Awakening, right? He gets on TikTok, puts videos telling women, if a man asks your number, tell him you need 50,000. If you want to go on a date, 50,000. All it, basically pandering to women, right? Comes out, he's a woman beater. He's putting hands on his wife, right?
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, bro, like the other dude was saying, bro, like if you tell women what they want to hear, it don't really matter, bro. It don't. As long as it's your views align with theirs, they gonna go with it. And then when it come out that you got skeletons in your closet, then they look stupid because they've been following you the whole time, and now it's like, well, we didn't think he was gonna do this, but then the very thing he was telling us to look out for, he was doing.
You know what I find funny? When men talk about skeletons in people's closets, and they follow the most unscrupulous men I've ever seen, like Kevin Samuels, who was talking about being married and shit, but was divorced twice, who literally said that he was gonna pander to men and did it. I just find that to be funny when men try to turn around and act like women are the ones being duped. But the reality is, who gives a fuck about the messenger? If you want to, it was Derek Jackson. The reason why a lot of women liked him was because a lot of shit he said was relatable and true. He could be a piece of shit all he want to be. You're right. He was a piece of shit. He is. I believe he is. I think he's a fucking full-blown raging narcissist. But I would rather you argue with what he's saying than try to try to talk shit about him. Because when you attack the messenger and not the message, it proves that you can't really refute the message.
Ain't that what you just did when you said if I had a girlfriend?
Hmm?
Isn't that exactly what you just did?
Oh no, with you I did everything. I refuted your message and I hold on, wait.
Now it's different.
Wait. Don't get it twisted. I already refuted your stupid.
I'm a special case.
No, once again, I already refuted your stupid talking point, and I cooked you personally because that's what I like to do. You mad?
If you're really telling the truth, who should lead in a relationship?
You can hook us both. Look, this is what I'll do, Yay. Hook us both up.
Hook up. You won't answer it.
What'd you say?
Who should lead in a relationship if you're really telling the truth?
I don't think either party should lead.
Oh, brother. Okay. Come on now. Neither party should lead. They both should have 50-50 say exactly.
I think, yeah, I think you should take it on a case-by-case basis.
That's utopian.
Hold on, wait. Yay, shut up. If you ask me a question, hold on, brother. You about to get dropped. You playing. I don't really like listening to white men interrupt me. I ain't gonna even hold you. So let me tell you something. And this is what I was saying before. This is why I mentioned your lack of exposure to women, right? And being in relationships. If you've ever been in a relationship with a woman long term, you would know that the way that it really functions in a relationship is like this. Sometimes she is going to be the authority on whatever the thing you guys are dealing with, right? Like my wife is an educator. So I by default defer to her when it comes to things things that pertain to education with my children. She's literally a school psychologist. So if my kids need an IEP, guess who I'm listening to? My wife. That doesn't mean it doesn't mean that I'm not involved, doesn't mean that I'm not processing information, but I'm definitely following her lead on this one. I'm not the fucking leader on this. She's the leader in this way, right? If it comes to my field of expertise, whatever I'm passionate about or whatever I've been studying, whatever I'm good at it sound whack, but it is, but whatever though. Like if it comes to buying a car, she gonna look to me. She gonna be like, okay, what kind of car should we get? You know what I'm saying? Like what kind of deal? What's the best deal we can get? Whatever. Because that's what I did for fucking 12 years of my life, right? So everybody has their field of expertise. Everybody has their passions and so on and so forth. That is how you have a healthy relationship. Is by why would you be in a relationship with a person who is intelligent and who has a lot to bring and a lot to bring to the table, a lot to offer, and then you never consult with them because you have a penis? You don't listen to them because go ahead.
Well, isn't the man supposed to be better than the woman in most categories?
That's another how old are you?
23.
Okay. No, men aren't supposed to be better than women in whatever. I don't even. That's crazy. That's like.
I agree with you, Pop. That scenario made a lot of sense, but I can't argue with that. I mean, she had expertise. You got to listen to that.
Yeah.
You know. But let me ask you this: in cases of total chaos, right? It don't matter who this and that. Who's gonna take the lead? You following your woman?
See, I'm gonna make y'all mad, and I ain't gonna even try to. I'm just gonna tell you the truth, brother. Me personally, I don't have any desire to be a leader. I don't. My wife is more educated than I am, and I think she's generally more intelligent than I am. Right? She is, by all accounts, a better human being than I am. So I'm going to listen to my wife the majority of the time. I don't need to fight. I don't need to act like I'm better. I'm not ashamed to say that. You know what I'm saying? Like I used to be though. Now I used to be like that. I used to fight against that shit tooth and nail, and I would argue the way that y'all argue against me up here. I used to be like that with my wife, right? Everything she would say, I'd be like, oh, but is that right? Or yeah, I'm gonna do like little shit. My wife would be like, hey, you gotta renew your tags. Like, we get it in the mail, right? You gotta renew your tags. And I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna do it.
That's day-to-day stuff.
But I'm just giving you an example of the type of shit that men do, though.
You remember the movie Titanic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very emotional movie. I like that movie.
Okay.
And in the end, Leonardo DiCaprio showed that he was a man and he was the leader. What did he do at the end of that movie?
Died because they both were stupid.
The movie of all time.
Died because they both were stupid, and they should have, and they both should have just rotated. They both should have just rotated on and off of the plane. They both probably would have.
Yeah, but that's why men are supposed to be above women, because
at the same time, though, he did the same thing that a woman is capable of doing. He did nothing different.
But a woman will never do that.
He just chose
Okay,
to
so
do
that y'all telling me that y'all gonna let y'all woman drown and y'all gonna move on. That's what y'all telling me.
That's not what we said.
Y'all would have flipped it. Y'all would have been like, no, you gotta save yourself. You can save yourself.
Mercy, you missed the whole point.
That's not what nobody said that. Marudo didn't say that. Nobody said that.
Y'all go ahead and save yourself, man. That's all I'm saying.
Y'all do realize, like, as men, like, you're kind of playing into, like, what you say and, like, trying to apply to women, right? When you say that they live in a Disney fairy tale, we're literally using a fucking movie to explain how men act. It's insane.
But wait, I want to go. I'm gonna let.
That's not a movie. That's the highest grossing film ever. That's what
y'all say that women live in a Disney fairy tale. What are we doing?
I don't know.
Yeah, and women watch that movie, and that's women's expectations. And then you got men talking like water ain't wet.
Do you know? Wait, wait. Do you know that here's the funny part? Y'all skipped over. If you wanted to prove the true nature of men and women, who you would look at is Rose's fiance, who picked up that baby to skip ahead of the line, because I thought it was women and children first, right? But he didn't buy into that. And just so y'all know, if you look up the reason for the saying women and children first, is because men actually don't, in those times, in those crises, men actually don't put women and children first, right? Fuck a movie. But even in that movie, you saw how men was acting. You saw how the men was like, nah, get to the back of the line, women, because I'm stronger than you. And they were dropping the boats too fast. And also, you see, hold on, shut the fuck up. No, sir. No, nobody want to hear that goofy shit. Also, the captain of the ship, because of his ego, that's the whole reason the motherfucker sank to begin with. They wouldn't have been there if that man's ego wouldn't have gotten their way. So if you want to talk about, y'all miss everything to go to fucking Rose and Calvin, or whatever the fuck his name, Rose and Leonardo's character or whatever, right? Y'all miss all the bullshit that the men did to talk about, see, and that's what women expect. The fuck is you talking about? Nope. That movie proves my point. Men are terrible fucking leaders. Because the leader, the captain crashed the fucking ship. The captain crashed the ship. Men are terrible leaders. Y'all want to use a movie? Y'all want to use that movie to prove the nature of men? Then let's talk about that. Rose and Jack. There you go. I don't fucking know. Calvin was a fiance.
I can answer the problem real quick.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
I don't think that men are more emotional than women. I don't think that men or women are going to be more emotional than either or. I just think that I can't find the word that I'm looking for. Damn, my brain is fried.
Okay.
They show it in different ways. I think men generally will like hold in their emotions because they're taught to do that, and then it'll explode after a while, and it's a lot more detrimental as opposed to women who are like, given the space, I guess, be a bit more emotional.
Women are given the space to be emotional?
Absolutely. I think like socialization. Yeah. As they're growing up, I think little girls are given the space to be more emotional than men are. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's part of the reason why we can see that men do hold their emotions in, and then when their emotions come out, it's erratic. Why they start to beat up on people and do a lot of physical damage. That's one of the reasons why.
Interesting. Let me read these real quick and I'm gonna get back. Hey, everybody mute up. There's a lot of background. It sounds itchy. The background sound itchy. I don't know who it is. It always sounds like a bunch of air. Y'all got fans on the shit. Reese Scholar said, hold on, let me read these real quick. Teresa said, every day these men get online and reveal they don't know social psychology exists. I have a 1,200-page binder of studies on emotions behind me now. I know you do, Teresa. I know you know that shit. Reese Scholar said, quote unquote, emotional is just another word men use to describe things they hate. Just like quote unquote feminine, 304, simp, etc. Drop yay. They put $5 on your head. Mr. Cleanup Man said, next, please post call in link to the YouTube channel. Next, please post call in link. Oh, Here you go, Mr. Cleanup Man. If you would like to come up, here's the link right here, brother. And then Deja says, there goes a link right there for you, brother. Deja said, no, sir, blames every woman in his life, but not men. Because he hate women. He just be up here trying to trigger people.
I hate women. I love women. Why would you say that, bro? Because
you blame every woman for your problem. Cash Me Outside said, can you ask the men? Hold on. This is a perfect question for you. No, sir. What do you like about women? Cash Me Outside said, can you ask the men what they actually like about women? What do you like about women?
When women in their right mind, they are essential. I always say this, and they are needed by men and by the world. But
what do you like about them?
I just told you they're essential to our livelihood.
That doesn't.
What do you mean? What you mean in a relationship, or what do you mean?
What do you like about women?
In what context?
The bodies.
Yeah, he says the bodies. Okay. What
it ain't the personality ain't the thing men fall in love with. Let's call a spade a spade.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that to an extent, but beauty is skin deep, man.
Mm-hmm.
I look from the inside out. I don't care what you look like.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You got the body of that one singer. What's that singer?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, y'all making us look bad. Nasty.
You just gotta let him. And you just gotta let him talk. And you just gotta let men talk. You just gotta let men talk. If you shut up and let men talk, they'll tell you everything you need to know. We listening.
The boxer that he got up there, one of the most ignorant motherfuckers on the planet. In your thumbnail, how you gonna say that, bro?
Who, Adrian Broner? That nigga funny.
Yeah,
He's stupid as shit. He is though. He is one of the most ignorant people. Okay. Ye said he liked the body. No, sir, don't have an answer. Marudo, what do you like about women? You did it. That's not the answer.
Everything they have to offer. Mind, body, soul, all that.
Man, you guys are super.
Everybody different.
Oh, he called you a simp, Marudo. He said you a simp.
You're shilling for Zoomer women that are on antipsychotics, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm just calling it how I see it, man. You're telling me guy to guy talk. You're gonna say, "Oh, what you like about your girlfriend?" Everything. Really, bro?
Men don't ask other men what they like about women, though. Guy to guy talk, shit never happens.
If it was just we're sitting around a table and I was like, "Hey, why you date her? You could date her." He goes, "I just love everything about her." Like, that ain't a real answer, man. I got you, but that's, bro, come on, that ain't a real answer.
I'm gonna drink they bad for him.
Oh, you a freak. Here it goes though. I want to show y'all something in real time. Y'all see the difference when you get a white like red pillar, black pillar dude up here, the language they use. I'm telling y'all, that's where all you black men got all y'all shit from. Y'all stole it from the white man. Like, yeah, man, no, sir, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself because you sound like this. You sound like this young black pilled white tea man. Y'all should be fucking disgusted as a black man. You a 37-year-old black man talking like a 22-year-old white tea man. Look at you. Look at you.
I expect that from black men. Black men been trained to be simps. So
look at you.
I expect nothing else.
Look at you.
I've been in these spaces and I didn't believe the women, but like, my God, y'all niggas y'all killing me, bro. This shit is crazy. Listen to him. This shit is like for real. Y'all like, this is not like internet talk. Like, y'all actually believe this shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Women are more emotional than men.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what's crazy about women being more emotional than men?
You gotta touch grass.
The red pill is
touch grass. You gotta touch grass. You got to.
No. Andrew Tate and this red pill, it's a psyop to make men. If men say women are more emotional, then the whole internet goes, you just copied Andrew Tate. It's a psyop. No, everyone knows that women have been more emotional. That's why when men bring up, men are more violent, they go to jail. They talk about 1% of men and compare. They say the worst of men, compare it to the women, and be like, see, women are more emotional.
Yeah, what percentage of women and girls are essayed in their lifetime? If you had to guess,
they say 1 in 3, 1 in 4.
Okay.
I got my doubts about how
You got your doubts. You got your doubts. Interesting.
Am I not allowed to have my doubts? Do you believe
No.
everything a woman says all the time on everything?
About grape? 99% of the time. Yeah.
God damn, you, brother.
There's no hurt. There's no hurt. I'm being pragmatic. You guys are giving me this utopian. They're all equal.
I know that you're women types. I know that you're trying to portray yourself to be like this guy who's like logistic, right? Like I think logically. Logically speaking, when a woman says that she was great, 99% of the time it actually happened. That would be based on the actual numbers. That would be logistical.
You don't believe little girls, Jay? When little girls say that they was touched by a man? You don't believe the little girls, Jay?
Oh my God.
I don't believe you're not strawmanning me.
No, I'm asking you. You hold on. No, sir. No, sir. Please. Don't you ain't nobody strawmanning. How is it the straw man argument? I literally asked you the same. You said, do you believe everything women say? So I want to ask you. I'm asking you. So you don't believe the girls?
I do not believe everything women say.
Okay, so I'm asking you about the girls.
That's a case-by-case scenario. Your prescription to just believe women cause...
In general, I believe women. In general. They don't have an incentive to lie. In general, they don't, right? The same way I believe black people. When black people say, if a black person go to a restaurant and they say these people was being racist, I believe them 99% of the time. Because guess what? It probably fucking happened. Because we are in a racist country. So if a woman says that if a woman says that a man touched her or a man did something inappropriate to her, guess what? I'm a believer because odds are she ain't lying and it don't benefit her to lie. It's just logic.
A woman has no incentive to lie.
That is a straw man argument.
No.
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying yes. Hold on. To answer your question directly, women in general don't have a reason to lie. Nope, because it doesn't help them. Where's the incentive for a woman, sir? Even when, you got to be quiet, bro. I swear you got to be quiet. Even when women are proven to be right, you act like their lives just go like back to normal and everybody loves them and everybody accepts them and they're like, oh, we're so sorry for calling you a liar for the last 6 years. When you were saying that what's his name? What's that Irish fucker's name that I never liked his ass? Conor McGregor. He raped me, right? I've been fighting this for 6 years, and all the men never believe, especially MMA men, because MMA, we know that the vast majority of men who like MMA, you can say this with most contact sports, but specifically MMA, we know that demographic of man is extremely racist and homophobic and anti-black. Right? All three of those things, because I want to throw the anti-black in there for the John Bone Jones type of black dudes who can't stand being black and the no sirs that can't stand being black, right? Y'all can't stand being black. So what I'm saying is that when you in those scenarios, when a woman says that Conor McGregor raped her, right? When they say that, and then the men bash her for now all the evidence, the preponderance of evidence is proving this motherfucker did it. His wife is leaving him. This motherfucker did it. Where's all the apologies? Where's all the men that was just as loud online saying that she's a liar and he didn't do it and he would never, and why would he have to do it? He's rich and da-da-da. Where the fuck are all of those men where are the Donald Trumps to make remember when Donald Trump, well, y'all don't remember that shit, but when Donald Trump made took out the full page ad trying to get those five black boys locked up in New York in the 80s. He did after it came out that they got exonerated. He did not go back and take a full page ad out in the same rag and say, "Hey, I was wrong." So I want y'all apologies to be just as loud as y'all attacks, right?
And to build,
Go ahead.
So in the same aspect, right? Now, when a woman says she's been say, hell yeah, believe her. Yeah. Right? But then when it comes out that she was lying and it was a money grab, and she done ruined this person's life. Whose life's been ruined by that? Name the person. Let me finish. She came out and ruined this person's life. Mm-hmm. And they've lost years of their life or ended up in jail. Yeah. And then they get proven innocent, right? Yep. You said the same way the apology needs to be loud for men. it needs to be the same way with women because like when you see women get on here bashing like they talk shit about old boy what's his name the dude from the black dude from,
they said John. Oh no, wait. This is what I'll be talking about. They said Jonathan Majors. Jonathan Majors actually did assault that woman.
So why did he get pulled in?
He did assault that woman.
Okay,
he did. What are y'all? Y'all might need. Hey man, I don't know who told. I don't know what y'all. Jonathan actually assaulted that woman. It's on video. I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about.
Watch the video. He has this point. He pushed her off of him. He got charged for being negligent for pushing her off of him. You can't tell the white teen woman that's assault, bro. Wait, what you talking about? We can't just say that he just assaulted her. No, he was being assaulted, pushed her the fuck off of him to run away, and she hurt her finger in the process of that happening. That's why he got charged with negligence.
Shorty Rara said, "Ye is dangerous. He probably SA women already." Mrs. Truth Teller said he can't believe that women are being great because seeing women as victims of abuse would challenge his belief system and make him the bad guy for not empathizing with women. Damn. Go ahead. You can finish, Breezy.
Like I was saying, bro, like look at the Johnny Depp case, right?
Who? Johnny Depp case. Oh my God. I love when y'all bring up Johnny Depp case as if you know anything about it. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Audio and video of her abusing him, and then she got proven wrong. Where's the
Johnny? He didn't get. Wait. That's not what happened, Breezy. He wasn't. He was not exonerated. He actually was an abuser too. That's what I'm saying. Do y'all be really following this shit, or do y'all just be fucking getting the clip notes?
You can have that. I want to go back to what you said about how women have no incentive to lie.
They don't.
The craziest thing to me.
It's not.
Well, okay, we can all agree women are smaller and shorter and way less than the average man.
What does that have to do with the incentive? Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. Explore a hypothetical. You jump the gun. Dude.
Go ahead, brother. We listening to this bullshit. I mean, we listening. Go ahead.
The smaller gender needs more social approval from the tribe or they get kicked out. They must present themselves better. This is why men get tricked into venerating women because they present themselves as damsels in distress. Women must lie because their social survival relies on it.
Or, hear me out. Maybe this might be a stretch for you. That still didn't prove what you were saying, but I'm gonna bypass that for now. Uh-oh. My live got banned. I'm probably gonna lose the appeal too, because I'll be talking cash money shit. Damn. Here we go.
I guess I'm the only one on the show then, bro. You said they canceled the live?
Yeah, my live got banned. I'm gonna go on my backup though. I got a backup page. I'll be in there. But go ahead. I'm listening to you. Go ahead, brother.
I mean, I feel questions. I mean, I kind of tuned in towards the end, so I don't really even know like what the objective was in the beginning. So if you want to fill me in on that, I mean, I see the title. That's the only thing I pretty much got.
Go ahead. You guys ask me questions about the title. That's okay.
I mean, so what was the overall message, I guess, that y'all started off with that triggered so many of those dudes that was just on?
Oh, I switched the prompt. The prompt says men are more emotional than women.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my opinion on that, I mean, I just don't think either are either more or less emotional. I mean, there's some things that can probably make people believe one way or the other. I just don't think any studies will support that. The expression is just how we convey our emotion, I think, is the biggest difference.
I mean, that would prove that we are more emotional.
Well, I mean, that's your opinion. I'm just going by, that's what I believe. I personally don't. I mean, there's a lot of reasons behind it. I just don't. I have not seen anything to say, okay, either men appear to be more emotional or women appear to be emotional. I mean, at one point I did think women were more emotional, as I grew up, I kind of changed that sentiment. Now I just think we just relay our emotions differently. I know a lot of people talking about violence. I mean, most dudes I know are not violent. I would not say violent people. So I mean, I just can't agree with
Okay. I disagree with that. I mean, I think most men are violent, but
when you say violent, what do you mean by that? Most men are violent.
most men are violent. Most men fight. Most men, most men are violent.
Most men you know are still fighting today, like the men in your personal life.
No, I mean I'm 42, but
Are you fighting? Are you one of those men?
I'm not fighting anybody, but would I fight? Yeah.
Well, see,
I
that's
would never not fight. Like I will always fight.
Yeah, self-defense. We can eliminate that.
No. I'm saying. I'm gonna say, be honest. I could definitely slap the shit out of somebody still. Like right now, I'm definitely that type. Like I'm in that mood. I'm in that. You know what I'm saying? Like I could be pushed to that. I can allow myself to get there. No doubt about it. I'm not about to sit there and be like, no, but I don't go around looking for trouble. Obviously, I don't be going around, you know what I'm saying, trying to start pick beefs and da. But if I was like, if I was talking to somebody in real life and they was being disrespectful or whatever, and they was talking crazy, or I'll definitely slap the fuck out of somebody.
So see, I agree with that 100%. I think most people, period, if unprovoked, they're not violent. They're not gonna seek to harm somebody.
I mean,
so maybe I just missed your point on that one.
Yeah, I don't think most women are going to slap somebody just because, even if somebody's being disrespectful. That's my point. Like even if somebody's being disrespectful, I don't think women are like, yeah, I got to put hands on this person. Like I doubt that that's the case for women.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. I think there's some reasons behind that also though, because I mean put it this way, the average things that a woman when provoked would say to a man, knowing that it could trigger them in some way, easily fragile man that exists. I ain't gonna deny that.
Most men are easily fragile.
A man would not say those similar things to another man because there's a common understanding
men are scared of other men.
Well, I don't agree with that either. I mean, because that's a contradiction to your overall point. How can you be violent and be scared at the same time? Like you got to be doing the action.
Scary men. Wait, being afraid and being violent they definitely don't cancel each other out. Some of the men that I know that are the most violent, like when I'm talking about like pewers and shit, they were scary ass. A lot of them were scary ass niggas. Scary as hell.
The people that I think that have been the most violent, like King Von, for instance, nothing I've heard about from him says that he was scared of anything. Hence why he's in the ground.
Maybe King Von wasn't.
There's thousands of men like him.
I don't think there's thousands of King Vons.
Around the globe, you don't think
I think he was exception. I think he was like an exceptionally violent man.
Yeah, but to engage in violence, you have to have some level of bravery. You can't be super scared. Total, I'm
not saying you're super scared. I'm just saying that, well, you can be super scared, but you can also, like, your emotions, because you're so emotional, one emotion like anger can override your other emotions. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you could be that angry, like, so you're this scared, but then you're this angry. You know what I'm saying? Like, that don't make you brave. you're just angry. You're just scared. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Have you seen? There's videos of female doctors, and they took little bits of testosterone, because I mentioned this before, and essentially got a tiny dose of testosterone in this female doctor, and she couldn't handle herself. It's on YouTube, but it's essentially this female doctor got a little dose of test, and she lusted after all of her coworkers. And it just kind of shows, it's on YouTube, but it's a great example that women cannot handle like the testosterone that men have circulating through them. You give women a tiny bit, she's trying to screw everything in sight. I'm telling you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Let me
hear the question.
I got you. So
the default settings for men are much more difficult than women.
They're not. And also, I would ask you, so what about women when they go on their cycle?
Yeah, bro, their brain changes literally every day. Like the size of it literally changes.
Hold on, that's not answering my question. if you're saying that, oh man, if a woman, you have to stop talking when I start talking. Like, I promise you, it's beyond annoying. So if what I'm saying is if a woman is on her cycle, right, she goes through tons of different emotions and different feelings and cravings and whatever the fuck, and they manage somehow, some way. Women do that shit fucking 7 days, you know what I'm saying, 5 to 7 days a month. They manage to not explode and not be assholes and not shut down and not go, you know what I mean? They manage to go to work. They manage to be productive. Why are you talking while I'm talking? It's beyond annoying.
Well, I had to correct
you don't need to correct shit. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. You don't got to correct me on nothing.
Birth control mutes their period and their brain does change.
Hold on, sir. Hold on. I got it. Now we got to use the mute button. So most women aren't on PC. So there's no need to mention that. I'm saying that women figure out a way, somehow, some way, they figure out a way to deal with their emotions. Strong emotions I don't think men would ever be able to deal with, right? Like, ever. I don't think they could deal with, I don't think men could deal with that surge of emotion that women feel, because, you know what I'm saying, due to the physical changes that happens in their bodies every single month, every day almost. But like, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't think it's possible, right? And there is a reason why, though. It's because we aren't built to do it. The same way that doctor isn't built to get a fucking artificial dose of testosterone and just deal with it overnight. We're not built for either one.
Okay, so you're saying the women.
Hey, that's actually a good point, and that supports a lot of other things.
What'd you say? What'd you say, Mr. Cleanup Man?
No, that's a good point, and that kind of supports this whole argument, because biologically, men and women are different. Everything you just said that a woman do brilliantly, men are not equipped to even do that. Biologically, we're just not designed to do that. Hence, on the other side, when we talk about violence, men are just the last point. Just biologically, men are filled with so much more testosterone, because traditionally, going back to hunter-gatherers, etc., we were the ones that had to protect. So, of course, now we don't live in a society like that. So you still got loose cannons and all that. But that explains kind of both sides of that argument right there. But go ahead, brother.
I'm going to read this. Cynthia G said, men's fear of extinction had led them to engage in the violent behavior of trying to force women to give birth to their physical detriment. Men's fear of extinction had led them to engage in the violent behavior of trying to force women to give birth to their physical detriment. Damn. I hope that ain't.
What I would like to ask her, what does she mean by like physically force them to? I'm not sure I understand that. I want to answer her question.
By graping them?
But most men don't do that. Again, you guys compare 2% of men to the average
2% of men aren't. Hold on. Yay. This is why I asked you that question earlier, right? So let's think about it logically again. If 1/3 or 1/4 of women are SA'd, they're not being SA'd by 2% of men. That's stupid.
Tell me the number then. Is it 1/4 of men doing this?
I think most men have engaged in some form of SA of women.
Oh man. Like when you say most, you mean 6?
Way more than 55%. Way more than 55%.
You're joking. Most men are lonely as fuck. They're not even dating women. How can you say that?
No, most young men like you aren't dating women because they don't have access to women.
No, you guys like.
And it's not even most. I think it's like 1/3 of men aren't. But anyways, most men are dating. Most people in America are married, first and foremost. Most people, right?
Hey, Public, could you clarify what you meant by when? I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off. It's just real quick. You said that you think that most men have in some form engaged in SA. Are you saying grape itself, or are you saying other things?
I'm saying SA. Yeah, I'm not talking about just full on.
Okay, so you're talking about the whole umbrella. Gotcha.
Yeah, man. I think most men have SA'd a woman or multiple women.
Far-fetched, actually, now that you explain it that way, that's not far-fetched.
I think most men have essayed a woman in their lifetime.
Because you can consider catcalling. I mean, especially.
I wouldn't even know. No, I wouldn't even go that far, even though you could. But I wouldn't even go that far. I'm talking about. I'm gonna take it physical.
Oh, you're saying like full.
I'm gonna say physical. No, not full. Not like you found some strange girl in an alley and you. I'm not talking about that.
No, I mean, it could be that's what it used to mean. I'm not saying. I mean, though.
Now it's a situation where if you have one beer and she has two, all that's questionable.
Definitely questionable. We did it, Joe. Hey, Pepe said, get Ye off this live so he can go read a book. Yeah, so real quick. So the example that I would give, right, which I've given this many times, but it would be like coercion, which would be men. I mean, even physical. I think most men, a combination between men who have physically groped women against their will, right? I think that's really high, extremely high. And coercion, which is she says no, you ask her again. She says no. I'm talking about in person. She says no, you ask her again. She says no, you ask her again. She says no, you ask her again. She says no, you say let me put the tip in. She says no, you say let me just eat it. She says no, like that is coercion. And I think that the vast majority of men, boys, from the point of time you have the smecks, that on up to adulthood, I think the vast majority of men have done that. And not only have men done that with girls, like just like random girls, they do it to their girlfriends. They do it to their wives. So I don't know how to tell you all this. No means no. No means no in a relationship. No means no in the backseat of your car with some girl you just met. No means no with your girl. Like no means no, right? It doesn't. When does no stop meaning no? And that's the thing. When men get in relationships with women, they think that that we are entitled to a woman's body, so women can never say no to us and they can never deny us access. And if they do, then there must be something wrong with them, or it's just because we need to probe a little bit more. We need to just ask them a few more times, right? If we ask them a few more times, maybe this time they'll say yeah. Maybe this time they'll say yeah. That's what. Go ahead.
I agree with that last point you just made. However, I'm gonna say that type of reality exists in different ways from men and women. That's the one thing I would say, and that's true. That's truthful.
What?
Maybe not SA. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about coercion. I know earlier people mentioned
when do women have to coerce you to get to sleep with you?
That's what I'm saying. Not with SA. I know
I know. I'm saying. So in what way? In what way are you talking about?
Just somebody brought up dishonesty, right? That's a form of coercion. Anytime you're not being honest, that is, you're being disingenuous, right? That trying to force your significant other to have sex or whatever. Of course, I wouldn't consider that necessarily SA. If you're not touching them, you're saying this. But I do agree with your point on that. Most men would agree to have a woman can agree with that.
I don't know what you're saying, but what are you saying? Yeah, I'm so confused. What do you mean lying? You're saying lying is coercion?
Not coercion. I'm sorry.
You can't lie. You can't wait. You can lie, and that what I'm saying, and that could be a part of, like, for an example, if lying
if I tell a woman I'm a millionaire to sleep with her, that's not coercion. Coercion is when you are convincing someone by way of force and or threats. You don't. Wait. You don't actually have to threaten them, and you don't actually have to force them. It could be a perceived threat of violence or a perceived threat. Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying that. Like you don't ever have to say, like, in your mind. Here's what I'm saying. In your mind, you could be like not even thinking that if you're a big dude and you're in the car alone with a chick and you keep asking multiple times, that could be a perceived threat. But that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it has to be directly a threat, but it can be indirect as well too. 100%. Let me read these super chats real quick. Valerie said, yay, Cynthia. Bun Mitchell said, 20 on yay. This boy's ignorance is lowering the IQ of everyone here. He needs to pay 100 to come back up and continue to hurt humanity. Also, MD here, sir, everything you are saying is wrong. Lisa Simpson said, cowardice of men literally increases violence. Men who are scared to box reach for guns. I'm from Chicago. I've witnessed this. And brave men who are willing to box were unalived by cowards with guns. Exactly. That's what I was saying. I was like, the scariest men are the ones who be pew-pewing people. Even King Von. I don't know could King Von fight? Just because he was unalive with people don't mean he wasn't scary.
I know a lot of serial unaliver type, type dudes, at least with that mindset. I won't say a lot, but I know a lot of men who have unalived multiple people, right? In gang violence specifically. And, some of them could fight, but a lot of them couldn't.
Yeah,
Miss Chris,
my
Ye
bad.
is the person you should vet. He is a red flag and a grape apologist. Yeah, they was many grape apologists. Cynthia G said, not only are they encouraging grape, but they also said they don't even care if the woman dies as a result of giving birth. Their fear is very violent. Yeah, men's fear leads to violence against everybody, men and women. Sister Knight said, most men are guilty of some form of SA, and that's why they deny women are telling the truth. If they delegitimize all women, their guilt can be hidden. Exactly. Damn, that's it right there. Teresa said, every 68 seconds, an American is SA. 90% of them are women. 5 more on Ye. He's uninformed and thinks he's smart and thinks he's smarter than everybody here because he's white. Oh man, I think I believe that. Miss Chrissy Baby said, just the tip is coercion.
It is. All of it is.
I'm just saying what man ain't said that. I just want to know, like, what man hasn't said some approximation of that or that specifically? Like, I'm just saying, like, this is wild. Reese Scott is saying, Pub, you should play the it's the implication scene from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia for these dudes whenever they bring up coercion. I vaguely remember that scene, Reach. I'm going to have to look it up. I kind of remember it, but I don't remember it verbatim off the top of my head. What up, Bourbon Bougie? What's good with it? Oh, I'm sorry. BPG ain't saying nothing either. Go ahead, BPG, and then Burp. I want you to get in.
Yeah, they know it's coercion. They know that being lured into a space on an idea that is not true. They also know that that's coercion. I think that it's funny that you have to put it in these weird terms, and you have to think about the possibility of men being essayed by other men for them to be able to understand that, because we all got a little chuckle out of Money Mike and the pliers in the bathroom. But let's be honest, like, the whole reason why the entire thing was funny was because of the fact that he had let his guard down. Like, in the opening of the scene, he didn't think anything of Buddy trying to walk into the bathroom. He's like, oh no, man, this.
He said one at a time.
He didn't think anything of it. And then dude creeps into the bathroom. And that's how women live, like, on a consistent basis. And there's no place that you can go. There's no place that you can hide where there won't be some weirdo creep of a man who is trying to assault you, either, full to the point of penetration, or just to get a little grope real quick. Like, that's an everyday occurrence. And I think for most men, they don't want to accept that idea because of the fact that they don't want to accept the idea that they are included within that number. Because even if you talk about telling a woman that you're a millionaire in order to be able to have access to her, you know that the reason why you're invested in this lie is so that you can convince her that you have a level of stability and a level of safety in your finances that you do not have, so that you can have access to her. You know that once you get access to her, that's when all the other stuff comes. You make her laugh, you take her out, you may buy her things, but all of these things that if you did not do them, you would not have access to that woman. That is coercion. It's absolutely coercion, because you're using the lie to get access to the woman and to make her comfortable. And then when you make her comfortable, that's when you go in for the full-blown gusto. That's when you go in for that. And only when men experience that from other men, when they experience a lack of loyalty from another man, when they experience another man, trying to push up on them, when they experience a man flirting with them, then they go, oh, this is horrible, this is disgusting, I can't even believe it. The last example that I use is Kevin Hart's documentary, which to me, I treated as a comedy. I thought it was absolutely hilarious that he was way more disgusted about his friend setting him up to record him cheating than the actual cheating. And one line that he said in the documentary when they was asking him about it was, one thing I can't deal with in my circle is somebody who's disloyal, somebody who's not down for the team, somebody who would try to set me up. So you're telling us that it is perfectly okay that you waste your wife's time, that you try to get back with her and try to raise a family with her, even though you've proven to not be loyal to her, but you can't have a man in your circle that's setting you up while you're doing the thing. Like he's not setting you up to do the things. You're already doing them. He already knew you would do them. That's why he set the camera up, because he knew you were going to do that. So you're talking about living in a parallel where men have completely accepted, like, hey, so every so often you just gotta coerce a woman a little bit. Every so often you gotta give her a little drink to warm her up. Every so often you gotta lie a little bit. And they are okay with accepting that for women because they don't see them as human beings, but they can't accept that for themselves because men are human.
I think you honor everything BBG just said, y'all. Make sure y'all gift her. She done way more than 59 coins. I think also a problem with men is we don't expand. We need to expand what SA looks like.
Yeah.
I think that's our biggest problem, right? Like when we talk about SA, like men don't think lying is SA. Like they don't think about that because they think like, well, if I'm not strong arm in the vagina, if I ain't strong arm in the box, then, hey, it is what it is. Oh, that's on you. And that's why that's when they go to that whole, like, should have chose better, right? They go to the yay meme. Gotcha. Right. And I'm like, why can't y'all just have morals? Why can't you just have integrity? Why do you need to be out here manipulating? Why do you need to be out here lying? And then when you do, do that, right? And people like me or people like BPG or whoever, and we say, yeah, that's fucked up. Y'all want to blame the person that got manipulated. Like, why can't you just accept, like, yeah, that's fucked up, and I shouldn't be out here manipulating people? It can't be that fucking hard.
Because let a man who's homosexual tell them that they just want to be friends or they just want to be cool with them, get them on the couch.
Yep.
Y'all could be, it could be as innocent as possible. Y'all could be watching the game, and your homeboy, who you may or may not have known is gay, leans over to kiss you. Immediate fight.
Life is changing. It's like when it's the same when it's like that scene in Money Talks when Chris Tucker was in jail with Faison. Yeah, man, and he was trying to hold me like this. So was he hugging you like this, or was it like that's like what women like? I know that's like it's funny in there because it's a scene, but that's kind of like what women be going through, but way worse.
It's literally, that's literally what it is.
If I may, like, I can probably speak towards it because I'm open-minded. I'm just not convinced that the lying portion of it would be grouped with it. So maybe, like, I can speak to the perspective of. But the reason I think in my brain why I can't conceptualize lying being, grouped into, like, sexual assault or anything like that is just because when I look at, like, coercion, for example, the immediate first thing that comes to mind is something that you're doing which, indirectly or directly would contain a threat and or some form of force, right? I can't imagine, like, in a situation where we see a woman, for example, I like to flip it just so we can try to understand it from my perspective. A woman saying, like, hey, I want a relationship with you to get the dick, and then she get the dick, and then she ghosts you, right? Like, that just wouldn't be, I can't fathom that being considered sexual assault. You see what I'm saying?
That's probably because women don't do that.
Women do that all the time. No.
They don't, but they don't though. And the real reality of the real reality, and men don't want to accept this, is there are more women who are willing and apt to be like, you know what? I would like for you to be in this box. I would like for you to come over. I would like for you to handle my needs, and then I want you to go home. Let that be that. And men will try to siphon their way into, she just saying that because she like to play. They still live in a constant state of denial. Whereas with women will invest their time, their money, their efforts, their youth into men who will consistently lie to them. And the world is not only is that man telling them that they have to accept that, the world is telling them they have to accept that. Girl, if you're gonna be with a good man, you have to know that he gonna lie a little bit, he gonna cheat a little bit, he gonna do a little bit of this, but at least he pay those bills. Women constantly live in a state where we have to accept that the lie is a part of the relationship. Men don't live in that space, so y'all can't fathom that.
I got it. Wait. Hold on, wait. I just want to say this real quick because I want Burb to go. So the definition of coerce is to compel to an act or choice. To compel to an act or choice. If you are lying to compel a person to do something, you are coercing them. To me, that by definition, I would use that. I think that would all fall under the umbrella of coercion.
Right, but that's not the way that the makeup of the word works, right? If you're compelling something, you're forcing or obliging it. That's not. No,
you can't. No,
yeah, absolutely.
If you can, what does it mean to compel?
Hold on, let me pull it up real quick. I'm gonna make sure I'm saying this right.
Okay.
Okay. Compel. Is there a specific dictionary that you prefer? Or?
I'm using Webster's dictionary.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Webster.
Okay.
I am showing force or oblige someone to do something, and then if you go down to the literary definition, to drive forcibly.
What are you saying?
So, force or oblige to do something.
To drive or urge. It says to drive or urge, right? Forcibly or irresistibly. So if you lie to a person to make yourself irresistible.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. So you're on Merriam-Webster. Gotcha.
Yeah, if you are lying to a person to make yourself more irresistible, like in BPG scenario, saying you're wealthy, saying you're rich. Right?
I think you're misinterpreting that, because if you go like right below that definition where it says irresistibly, it's giving an example like hunger. Hunger compelled him to eat. It's irresistible because you're hungry, not necessarily.
Yeah, if you are poor,
okay,
or if you have less money than somebody, you have a strong desire to attain money and or resources. So if somebody is lying to you and saying, I have the thing that you need, in this case, it would be money. In this case, you're describing will be food because you're hungry. It's the same thing.
Okay, so I see what you're saying now. So you're saying that the lying in this example would be playing on someone's need or want for whatever you're lying about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The way it, to me, it's like you're trying to trap a person. Right? Like that's how I look at coercion. Like that's generally how I look at the concept. You're just trying to trap a person. That's it. And how are you trapping them? You use different things, force, you know what I'm saying? Whatever it is, you want to throw them in the trap, line, whatever it is, you're trying to trap the person, right? That's all it is. At the end of the day, that's all you're doing, right? And men lie, and we know that men lie exponentially more than women to gain access to the opposite sex, right? Like women do not need to lie to men to gain access to men.
I disagree. I think that they lie in different ways, but I'm not gonna die.
Hold on, wait. Before you say something stupid like makeup.
No, fuck no.
Okay.
Come on.
Please.
Fuck no.
How do women lie? How do women lie to men?
I would say when there's a benefit to a man.
Hold on, wait. And I want to say this again. I want to make this very clear what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Whatever you're going to say, I'm sure it applies to some demographic of women or yada, yada, yada. What I want you to do, I want you to talk about in general. So in general, you're saying women lie to men to gain access to them.
No, absolutely. I think that in general, women lie to men, but not to get to So this is why I say in different ways, right? Not to get access to sex with men, because that's the easiest portion of it.
To gain money, whatever, to get access to them in any way.
Well, yeah. So like any benefit that may come with that, man, right? If you got a guy that want to be your boyfriend, but you don't want to fuck with him because he's not as attractive, but he's willing to pay for certain things like Ubers, dates, food, shit like that. I think that women will definitely keep that.
And how do they lie?
Absolutely.
How do they lie? Tell the lie that women. Give me the lie.
Okay, so
I can tell you the lie. Go ahead, brother.
By saying I want to be with you, but they are giving a sense of I like you, I want to date you, however I want to take it. So
you think? Hold on, and I want to be clear. So you think most women are to gain access to a man's money or resources or whatever, so he can pay for Ubers? That women are acting like they like men so they can get some small ancillary benefit.
Not most women though. I ain't gonna say what most women.
Well, he's saying most women, Mr. Cleanup Man. So you're saying most women are because like again, some women, I will agree, will lie to men to gain access to their resources or their bodies or whatever. Some women, I think that demographic of women is negligible, to say the least. I don't think it's enough to even talk about. Because
I just disagree.
Hold on, brother. SRT, wait, brother. In reality, women, the same group of people who do their best to avoid men, you then want to make me believe that they are lying to men to gain access to them. The same group of women.
Public, that still doesn't make sense though, because then I could just argue the point. Well, the same group of women that you're saying that wants to avoid men are still dating and fucking men. That doesn't make sense.
But that does make sense though. Hold on, brother. I didn't say they are avoiding every man. I'm saying that most women are actively trying to avoid most men. Actively.
Okay, there we go.
So there's some women, so there's some men who they are attracted to or who they're willing to date or who they're willing to be, you know, in close proximity to. But that doesn't mean that on the day to get to that one man, she done denied 100 motherfuckers. That's my point.
Right, I agree. But once again, within that 100 motherfuckers that she's denying, or one of those 100, or out of those 100 motherfuckers that she's like kicking to the curb, there's one or two of those guys within there that she's taking.
And why would she need to?
Absolutely.
Now let's follow your logic. She got 100 motherfuckers to pick from.
Okay.
Half of them gonna trick on the strength of tricking.
Okay.
So why would she need to lie to two of them?
Well, because we can agree that most men are not going to continue to keep tricking if there's no level of.
But she got a new nigga. She got a new nigga to trick, brother. She got a new nigga to trick. You trick this week, I trick next week. She got women. This is what I'm saying. Based on your logic, a woman, she got 100 suitors at any given time, right?
Okay.
And I'm saying, unbeknownst to her or beknownst to her, it doesn't matter. Women have access, like the average woman got access to 1,000 men at any given time. Right, to whatever capacity we can talk about, physically, monetarily, doesn't matter, right? Okay, cool.
Okay.
So you're telling me that if she doesn't really like him, why wouldn't she just, use him until he's used up and then get a new one and use him until he's used up and then get a new one?
Right. Well, because then think about it like this as well too. Out of that 100 motherfuckers, how many of them motherfuckers actually got it like that to continuously keep tricking on somebody?
That's my. But you're contradicting yourself though. Most men don't because most men don't have resources. First and foremost, that's not exactly. Listen, SRT. Listen to what I'm saying. Most men don't have the resources to continuously trick on anybody. Two, not exactly. That doesn't prove your point. So two, like I said, if that's what women wanted to do, all they would have to do, once again, is use him until he's used up, till his resources are used up, and then get a new man to give her shit. Because you have a window of being able to do it, right? Like, you ain't gonna go, a lot of men do go broke chasing women, but you know, a lot of men ain't gonna go broke chasing women, right? So he has a budget for this woman. Let's say, I'm not saying we think about it like this, but let's just say he got a budget. He could spend $1,000 on this woman in a month, right?
Okay.
She extracts $1,000 from that man, discards him, moves on to the next man. He gives her $800 for the next month. Discard him, get the next man. He give her $500 weeks. Discard him, get to the next. Like, if women wanted to do that to me, they could bleed us. Like, they can do that all day long, but they don't do it. So that would disprove what you're saying, because most women have never done that.
Right. It's public. In your hypothetical, if you have a woman who has 100 suitors, let's say that they're not all millionaires, so she's just bouncing from guy to guy, you know, fucking draining them all of their money, whatever the case may be. In that hypothetical, you can't convince me that woman is saying, "Hey, I don't fucking like you, but I want you to buy me bags."
I'm not telling you.
She's playing along.
The thing you're misinterpreting, you're not understanding. I'm not saying that woman doesn't exist. I'm saying that wouldn't apply to most women. That's all I'm saying. There is a woman out there that is that playing that game and manipulating a woman. Yes, that woman exists. I said that before you said it. I said I'm not going to sit here and act like
you're asking me about the general,
and you're trying to make this apply to the general, and that's completely fucking false. It's not even close.
And that's just where we disagree. I mean, even if it was 50,
I bet you it ain't never happened to you.
Absolutely, yes.
No, it didn't.
Hell yeah, I got tricked out.
No, it didn't.
I got tricked out my position. Hell yeah.
And you know what's really weird
No,
about
it
it?
didn't.
This is why I mean that men and women live. And I see Bourbon Bougie. I see you shaking your head. You probably shaking your head for the same reason I am, because it does not happen for a few reasons. It don't happen because if you have 100 men, 5 of them actually have access to real money. 5, maybe. 80 of them are lying about having access to real money. 90 of them, if they were alone in a room with you, would try something. Of those 90, probably about 80 of them would absolutely forcibly assault you. Women can't live in those spaces. Women cannot live in a space where they consistently want to try to use men for their resources because it's too dangerous for us. Even using the example that women are trying to use men so that they could be able to catch Ubers or whatever. Women don't even like catching Ubers.
They don't even like catching Ubers. Ubers are unsafe. Ubers are unsafe.
Hey, it is dangerous, but I mean, y'all going a little overboard now with like, and yes, women are fearful, but let's not act like women ain't still living their lives. If it's that dangerous, I wouldn't even go outside.
I got you. Hey, Mr. Cleanup Man, let Burb go, and then you can go. Go ahead, Burb.
It's so wild that these, like when you listen to these men talk about what women want, it's like, do you actually even talk to women? Like the majority of women would tell you, like women do not trust men like that. Right. And they will let you know how much men lie to get to women. And women have been like telling other women, because for too long we have been
victim.
We've been putting women up. We've been putting other younger women up on game for too long, because we get blamed when we miss men's lies. We miss men's lies, and then we get blamed. So now there is a demographic of us, the aunties, the meemaws, the big cousins, the play sisters, the baristas down the street that are saying, that's a red flag. That's a red flag. Do not let a man come to your home. Do not let a man buy you a drink. Don't accept a drink. Cover your drink. Please just don't even drink around them. We have been telling other women these things for too long, because we know that as soon as we get caught up, we're going to be the ones blamed. So this man is going on and on and on about these niggatheticals, as you call it, and that's not what we women are talking about. These men will come into our spaces, but they don't listen to us. Like if they would actually listen to us, they would know that we are trying to tell women who to avoid and how many different people to avoid, what they might look like, what the red flags might look like. And the thing is, they don't listen to us. They sit up and talk to other men, and they be like doing this, the peen bashing. Like, yeah, that's what they like. That's what they like. It's like, no, just listen to, shut up. They come into our spaces. They don't shut up. As a man, I think, well, shut up. You want to know what a woman says? Stop watching so many movies made by men that tell these stories. I would say stop reading books. No. We know that they read on a 3rd grade level, so I can't even say that. But stop listening to so many men, so many influencers. Okay, you can have your pie now. So many influencers that tell how to get a woman, and just listen to women. But I wanted to say that, but that's not originally why I came up here. But this man just kept on talking about like women in Ubers. It's like there are so many more women in the labor market right now. And there are so many more women in the pipeline, like outdoing men in college and buying homes and becoming more financially stable and opting out of mommyhood and all of that. So our money is a lot more stable. So I need people like this to stop thinking that we need Uber money, because it would be safer for me to jump into a car of a random woman than this thinking that this man up the street is going to give me an Uber, because now this man knows where I live. But we've been telling women, stop telling these people where you live. So, but that's not why I came up here. You got kicked off a live earlier, right? Okay. Before that,
I got banned. Just so y'all know, real quick, thank you, Bird, for reminding me. I got banned for a week, just so y'all know, on my main account. I appealed it. I didn't win the appeal. I'm banned for a week, so I'll be on here. Go ahead. We listen.
Okay. So earlier in that live, a man said something about who would you prefer to lead, and like, would you prefer a man or a woman to be a lead if it was chaos or a chaotic scene? And when you think about it, women, your aunties, your grannies, your mamas, when it's time to leave the house, who is grabbing every single thing? The keys, all of the lotion, the diapers, the water bottles, the snacks, the everything. Women, no, okay. I'm gonna see cousin Pumpkin. Cousin Pumpkin always brings salads, so we'll make sure that Mama Pearl, make sure she's on the macaroni and cheese. That child over there can't cook, so just tell her to bring the pop. We know all of these things because we know who is good at what. People seem to act like women are not logical. We can be better. We are better leaders because we know who does what. We know that Uncle Lou is going to be the one that is cooking the meat, but we know that he always forgets the seasoning. So you got to make sure you bring the seasoning for Uncle Lou. He gonna be out there with his sandals, and he gonna barbecue the hell out of them chicken. So we know how to delegate. When you're a leader, you know how to delegate, you know who is good at what, you know how to plan ahead. And that's the reason why it's like now. So the people have got to stop thinking that leadership means having a team, that leadership means, you know, more testosterone or stronger or something like that.
I think they mean leadership. I think they think leadership just means telling everybody what to do. That's what I get usually.
And you can't be a leader like that, because I can go tell you to go do something, but if you don't know how to do it, and how do I even know you know how to do it? So it's like I need people to think bigger about leadership than, you know, bossing people around.
Yep.
So I just wanted to I had to come up and say that.
That's real facts. I gotta let Mr. Cleanup Man go. Let me read these real quick. Miss Chrissy Baby said, these young women fought that the young women, is it thought that men fought men off for 17 minutes. The young woman that fought, okay. There was a young woman who fought a man off for 17 minutes. Was that the one where everybody was around and nobody was doing anything? She fought not to be great, or was that the one on the train or whatever? I can't remember. This happened so many times at this point, sadly. There's things that's worse than death, and it has to do with a man. So even being lied to for access is a violation. It feels gross. Absolutely. Hell yeah, I bet you that shit feel crazy. Teresa said, men understand that lies are coercion when police do it. Exactly. That's Teresa. That's what I was thinking about. I was like, men, police lie all the time, and I would call that coercion, right? And then there's coercion under duress, and there's different forms of, but coercion is coercion, nonetheless. It's in legal ethics courses. There's an entire Oxford University press book about it. Miss Chrissy Baby said, 1 second, we know 1 second, nobody cares about our degrees and careers. Next second, we are using men for broke ass Popeyes. Good job getting off the essay topic, sir. Lisa Simpson said, when a man and a woman connect on a dating app, the man thinks, I hope she looks like her picture. The woman thinks, I hope he doesn't unalive me. Exactly. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Cleanup Man. Go ahead, brother.
No, the previous caller, she made a lot of good points, and I pretty much agree with about 90% of what she said. However, jumping back real quickly to the argument about very rarely, or whatever somebody said, very rarely will women use multiple men. Yeah, nowadays women are, black women specifically, the most educated segment in society in the U.S. A lot of people don't know that. So I've been giving black women credit for that. A lot of people that probably was on this panel today don't know that. But anyway, one thing I will say, and most of the women will agree with me on this one, hopefully, if they're honest, women do not go from one man to the next man without there already being a bridge that exists. That's one way that I consider to be dishonest, right? They call it monkey branching, whatever. I don't know where that term came from, but that's one way that I would consider women are being dishonest. I think a lot of times we just hurt ourselves when we're both trying to, like men and women specifically. A lot of men shut down from listening to women for whatever reason I can't explain. But men can learn a lot from women, and society would be better if men listened to women, because a lot of their points are valid. And I just feel like Kevin Samuels, even though he made good points, his spirit was not operating out of love.
He didn't make no good points. I disagree. But I got a question for you. Talk about that monkey branch and stuff. I don't think that's real. But
I want the women to answer that in the chat if they know what I'm talking about. Meaning that,
I'm sure
unless there's another viable option, they won't move. They won't move to, like, they won't cancel one relationship unless it's extreme, somebody hurting you or something.
Men do that.
I'm not saying men don't do that. I'm just saying
I have a question. I have a question for you real quick.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay. So statistically, who is more likely to remarry, a man or a woman?
I would say a woman.
No, men are more likely.
Actually, you know what? The reason why I'm not going to say a woman is because typically a lot of men have been trained to not marry a woman to have kids, and it's not their kids. I'm not saying that's wrong or right.
Hold on, wait.
Yeah,
I think you're missing. Before you get into the whys and the whats, I just want to talk about what it is. So men are more likely to remarry. I think it's significantly higher too. I think it's like, I want to say like 10% higher, 20%, somewhere in between. I can't remember the exact number, but anyways, that's one thing. Two, when women, who takes more time in between relationships, men or women?
I would probably say women.
Yeah. So wouldn't that actually negate that whole monkey branching theory? If women actually take more time, then they don't have a dude in the fold because they would just jump from one man to the next man. But if they, you see what I'm saying? So if you're acknowledging that women are the ones who actually take more time during, to process things, then that would negate that made up fact or whatever you're trying to say. Bottom line is women don't jump from man to man like that. Everybody knows that. Like that's
Okay.
you don't need
well,
to do that.
I
That's
haven't
what
reviewed any studies. My bad, bro. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying I don't even leave the studies aside, right? Let's just talk about what we see. Women are not jumping from man to man, and I'm talking about women in general. Once again, are there women who do that? Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. There are women who go from man to man to man to man to man. I know one person. I know some personally. I've seen it. I showed up to the Thanksgiving 5 consecutive Thanksgivings in a row, and she had a different man every Thanksgiving. I've seen that before. I watched that happen, right? That doesn't mean that that's what most women do, though. Most women get a man, break up with a man, and be done with men for 6-7 months. I got one more question for you. What percentage of women who do you think have more people practicing celibacy in it, men or women?
I'm going to say it's men, and I'm responding to somebody in the chat right now that said men cannot be alone. A lot of women, when we have conversations like this, they think about the men that they know that have probably mistreated them, or the men that can actually get women. Most men do not have access to any women. That's the truth. Like, that's just the honest truth. And most women in the chat will agree. Like, yeah, very rarely do I come across an attractive man if they're honest with that question. I did answer your question though. I'm saying men because they're forcibly celibate.
Mr. Clean, most men are married.
I don't believe that most men are married. Most men I know are not married.
Hold on. We are black. We know about only 30% of black men get married. That's another conversation for another day. Most American men are married. Most men are married or were married at the very least. The vast majority of men, actually, when you start really looking at the numbers, right? Asian men, white men, Latino men, black men, all the men together, most men are married or were like, what do you mean? I don't like y'all just be saying.
Look, that could be true.
There is a demographic. There is a demographic of men, right? There is a demographic of men between the age of like 18 and 30 or something like that, or 32 or whatever the hell it is, where about 1/3 of them don't have access to women, or they might be incels or whatever you want to call them, right? When I was talking about celibacy, I was talking about people who practice it voluntarily. I'm sorry, I didn't specify that. I thought maybe I should, but I was like, nah, I think he'll understand that. So obviously, I'm not talking about people who are forced to be celibate, right? I'm talking about people who actually are actively celibate because they choose to be, right? Women choose to be celibate. More women choose to be celibate than men, right? Women take longer times in between relationships than men, and men are more likely to remarry than women. So I just want to make sure when you add those types, when we start to look at that type of stuff, you see how that monkey branching theory doesn't make any sense. That's some propagandist bullshit. But let me read this real quick because I think Cynthia got a question for y'all. She said, "Can a man please explain how males are the most logical and also the most violent? Violence is linked to lack of intellect and lack of logic." If any one of you gentlemen, because I've answered that question many a times, but I would like for somebody else to answer it. One of the men, if you want to, SRT or Mr. Clean,
I don't believe that men are more logical than women.
Yeah,
you don't believe that men are logical?
Yeah, I don't believe. Yeah, I mean, there's different types of logic. When I think of logic, I think of your ability to solve problems and actually define steps, like putting a process in order. So there's plenty of evidence to show that men consistently have devised actual processes, right? Designing things. There's a whole world filled with examples of that. Now, I won't dispute her point as far as, I just can't agree that men are most logical. I never said that. So maybe that's to somebody else who said that was on the panel.
Do you think that women, but emotional, do you think that men and women are equally emotional, or you think that women are more emotional or men are more emotional?
I think that men and women equally have the same amount of emotions. They're just expressed differently. I've never
Yeah.
seen any difference in that. I've never seen it.
And when I read Cynthia's question, if you replace logic, like, okay, so the way that I'm looking at this is men are more emotional. I disagree that men are less emotional than women, because to her point, men are more violent, this is what I say all the time. Men are more violent than women. Significant. I mean, it's not close. If it were close, I would give you, okay, it's close. But men are significantly more violent than women, right? And she's just playing it out. She's just saying, like, okay, but that also proves that men lack logic. And if there is a void of logic, then emotions will pursue. Emotions will replace the logic, right? Then that's what you're saying.
5%, but I also contend that men were designed to be more violent. I'm not saying it has an actual benefit in our current construct, but men were designed to be more violent. It takes an incredible amount of self-control to not be a violent person as a man. That's just what I believe.
You don't think that has anything to do with societal conditioning?
Oh, of course, 100%. Like, a lot of people probably on this panel they think that people are in control of their actions. I'm not taking away personal agency at all, but society has done an incredible amount of work to make sure that everybody is in the condition that we is. I feel like largely a lot of
we're not naturally more violent. That's my point. I don't think we're naturally prone to violence, not against each other. I don't think men or women, humans, are naturally prone to violence against each other. Are we defense of ourselves, hunting? Yes, those are both violent acts typically, right? Yes. But against one another, like just on the strength of just like out of hate or to rob a person, anything, I don't think we're prone to those things naturally. I think men are programmed to be violent.
I agree with that. By and large, I agree with everything you're saying. I'm just saying that just the added increase 3 times more amount of testosterone would cause you to have a shorter fuse. That's my point in that argument that I made. And and you see the evidence of that in society.
I don't see that. Go ahead, BBG.
If the evidence is in society, then that tells you that it's social. Immediately.
Social is based on the culture, though. If you look at the whole world,
hold on, brother. Let her finish. You can go after her. Let her finish.
Men like to use that excuse in order to justify their behaviors and try to make them make sense. Like, and even when they use, like, throughout society or throughout history, like, we see these things. What you see is a lie. What you see is fabricated. Everything that you see has been funneled through before that information reaches you. Every bit of history, every bit of medical data, all of that has been funneled before it gets to you. It's the reason why you can't get to the bottom of why it is your mom keeps having headaches and why she's having so much anxiety and all of these other different issues that you can't really get to the bottom of, when really that lady has been having a heart attack for 6 months and nobody knows, because the information that you get is funneled through the male lens. Every single aspect of who you are as a man has been programmed into you to believe that the reason why you're violent is because of testosterone, even though women have testosterone too, and it has not made us violent, it has not made us aggressive, it has not made us want to be flirtatious or want to, attack men, because it's in our nature that when we're ovulating, we see men and we have to, just jump
their
on
bones.
them. If we're honest about some science, that's a real thing. You don't know how hard it is to try to convince yourself that this man is not as fine as you think it. You see the same man. I've been married to the same man for more than a decade, and I don't care how long we've been married. When I am ovulating, he's much finer that week than he was last week. It is you are in the fight for your life when you are ovulating. Women still figure out how to control themselves. Y'all have been socially conditioned that the attack is natural in you, and it's not. But the other thing was too, talking about the monkey branch. I've seen one woman in my lifetime who had a lineup, and it was the most interesting thing I ever seen in my life, because of the fact that she wasn't sleeping with none of them dudes. She always had 3 dudes in her lineup. It was the dude she was actually dating, it was a dude she was about to date, and it was a dude that she was just cool with. And I promise you, she went down the line every time, those dudes would bump up when one did something stupid. Now the key was, The one had to do something stupid and then he would get put out and then the other one would be bumped up next. Mm-hmm. But for most women, again, that's dangerous. It was dangerous for her, which is why she stopped doing it. But the other thing was women don't do that. When y'all talk about those studies that talk about why it is women file for divorce more often than men, is because women exhaust all the possibilities that they can. They try to go to a psychiatrist. Mm-hmm. They try to go to marriage counseling.
Read
a
book.
To go to a pastor. They involve the family. Like, they do everything that they can to save their marriage. Men are less prone to file for divorce because of the fact that they usually already have a girlfriend before they actually divorce. Before they get rid of their wife. They have a girlfriend.
God damn.
But you also know that they don't want to do the paperwork. You know that women are typically the ones that the relationship would be.
He could be ready to he could be ready to leave. He don't want to do that paperwork though.
It's like I'm not spending that money. But let me before you let the man go, let me talk. I'm gonna let BPG land her plane now.
Go ahead. Oh, I think BPG landed.
No, the last thing I was going to say was you're absolutely right. He's spending that money on his girlfriend instead of going to file for that dog paper.
Jesus Christ. You niggas are diabolical. Let me read these two super chats before you go, Bert. Morgan Martin said, these men forget they had to literally make a law that made it illegal for married men to grape their wives. Absolutely disgusting. Cynthia G said, violence is linked to strong emotions, impulsivity. This is where it be whooping my ass. Don't ask me why. I swear to God, I'm not illiterate. And irrationality. Men are more violent, therefore they are more emotional and less logical than women. Listening to Miss Chrissy Baby said, listening to you men on the panel reminds us how glorious it is to stay celibate and single. If most men think like y'all, not economically viable and unattractive, tell me the incentive, sir. The incentive to date men nowadays is... It's a good question. I don't know.
That's my bad, bro.
Hold on. Teresa said, please tell me BPG is a sociologist. We need her. Nah, BPG is an artist. Y'all don't even know. She just dibble and dabble in sociology. Cynthia G said, logic cancels out the need for violence. You cannot be extremely violent but claim to have good problem solving skills. You clearly do not. I swear to God, that was about to be my next. Like, I was gonna press him on it. Somebody got some background noise. I was gonna press him on that about that logic. I was like, yeah, that don't make no sense. That's great. That was perfect. Miss Truteller says, I don't think men understand how hard it is for women to control ourselves sexually when ovulating. Women are just more disciplined. Yeah. Exactly. Cynthia G said, testosterone is linked to aggression and violence, but the correlation is weak. That's what I'm saying. It's like as soon as men heard like, oh yeah, testosterone could lead to violence. See, that's exactly what it is. Testosterone. It's not testosterone. You're a fucking dummy. Use it. What Monique say? Use a dummy, bitch. You a dummy. It ain't testosterone. It's you. You stupid. You ignorant. You can't read. You mad. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to go to the doctor. You mad. You got an ingrown toenail for 16 months. Like, you mad at the world because the world done told you that all you had to do was go out in the world and be a man, and they was gonna pay you $100,000 just to exist because you got a weenus. Like, and you mad. Stop lying. Stop playing in our face like you mad. It's because you mad. Because here's the thing. I know I got a lot of testosterone. My wife, she'll tell you, I'm a testosterone filled man, right? Always have been, always will be, right? Even though I am, just so y'all know, full disclosure, I'm gonna take my little shot of test when I turn 50, right? That's gonna be my birthday present. You know what I'm saying? I'm 8 years away. I'm gonna get my little test shot. You know what I'm saying? Because I know they say to drop off after 40, but the shit ain't dropped off for me. I'm still highly filled with that test. So I'm at 50. I'm gonna take my little shot. Anyways, though, the thing is we just don't process things well. It is us. You know what I'm saying? It is us. I'm filled with testosterone, and I admitted that I still have the ability to slap the fuck out of somebody. I do, but I haven't fought somebody in 17 years. In 17 years, I haven't fought anybody. So my streak is illustrious. Don't mean that I won't. That's what I'm saying. I ain't no killer, but don't push me, right? That's all I'm saying. I'm not actively out here trying to beat up people, fight people, blah, 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 right? I don't need to fight at the drop of a hat. I'm not overly aggressive with people, physically violent. Like I'm not, that's not what it is. That's not what it is. I can process my emotions better than I could when I was 22. I could process my emotions better than I could when I was 18. I can do it way better now at 40, 42 than I could when I was 22. That's all it is. I had way more testosterone in me at 22, but I also was dumb as shit at 22. I was dumb as shit. And I don't think I had much. Well, maybe I did at 16. I don't know the math on this one. The science, maybe I had more when I was 16 too. But that's when I really was fighting. 16, 17, 18. That's when I was really fighting. That's, I feel like I fought every week when I was a teenager. That shit was crazy. Go ahead, Bert.
One thing that gets me is how these men will talk about testosterone creates violence, but then when women talk about violence, they try to negate what we're saying. It's like they try so hard to make it make sense on both accords. But honestly, we have got to get to the point where it's not that they have more emotions or less emotions. I think that it's just a lack of emotional intelligence, because for so long, emotions were put into the realm of the female that they don't even recognize that they can have some emotional intelligence and be able to regulate it. And but the whole violence thing, and one hand we'll be talking about violence and how they need to control themselves. But then when we talk about it, we're just generalizing. But when men talk about it, it's just like, oh, this is just second nature. They try to find ways to make it make sense on all accords. But what we really just need to get to the point is saying that they need more emotional intelligence and need to be able to see things and have some foresight about what would happen if they do X, Y, and Z. That's one of the problems with men today. And literally, that man was sitting up here talking and he's throwing out studies say and things, we should be we do this, men do this, men do. What studies are saying any of these things? I have no idea what like a kidnap is saying, they need less excuses and they need more emotional intelligence. For far too long, they have been considered the most logical leaders simply because they have a opinion and nothing. I haven't seen too many examples of how they're the most logical leaders outside of them saying that they're the most logical leaders. So that is about, okay. And I do want to say, I'm about to get off of here, but I know that he is streaming us on both TikTok and YouTube. So I do want to say hi to the YouTube community, because I do know that me and Pub have some overlap. Before I go, I want to say hey to the YouTubers over there and Cynthia G, because I know that she's over there and may not know me, but Cynthia G is definitely a pioneer. So I wanted to throw that out there. So that's all I wanted to say. And BPG, it looks like
I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
Where's everybody?
He did for a second, but no, what you said was absolutely on point. Because the more interesting part is when men talk about testosterone and they say that naturally the testosterone is making them, more aggressive, more violent, blah blah blah. Okay, that's fine. So then it is all men. So you believe that all men have testosterone?
Can I respond to her point right quick?
They do that.
Testosterone is making men violent. All men have testosterone, so all men are violent. And then they go, wait, no. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying, but you are saying that. That is what you're saying. So we agree that when we're talking about who women are experiencing that from the majority of men, because the majority of men have an overabundance of testosterone, unless maybe, just maybe, You're being socialized to be that way. Maybe it's what you read. Maybe it's what you're ingesting in school. Maybe it's the media that you consume. Maybe all of those things are combining together to give you ideas that women are less than human, and it's making you treat them that way. Now, if we got to the bottom of that, then sure, you actually would be able to fix that if you would open your mind and your eyes to the idea that you are being socialized to be as such. But because men don't want to open their eyes to it, they would rather keep blaming testosterone. Because I guarantee you, if it were just testosterone, women wouldn't need, like, you know, these they wouldn't need those safety kits that have, like, you know, mace and all this other stuff in it. We would just carry around a needle with estrogen in it. And then if a man started acting ridiculous towards you, you stab him in the neck with the estrogen needle, and now you've solved the problem. You saved Townsville. The powerful girls have figured it out again, and now we don't have to deal with the danger.
Or you just like give him estrogen, like if your husband was like abusive or something, you could just like slip him estrogen in his like meals, and you know what I'm saying?
And prisons can start stabbing folks with estrogen.
That'd be
That's
good.
a great point. But let me say bye to y'all. Let me say bye to y'all so I can get off of here.
All right, Bird.
BPG, bye, girl. Everybody in the chat, bye. Thanks for letting me come in and spit my game, or whatever the young people say. I'll holler at y'all. Yeah.
All right, Bird.
I'm older than you, but
You got it. All right, go ahead, Mr. Cleanup Man. We listening.
No, she she explained that to a point that if somebody's mind is open, they should not most of what she said, for sure. I say people bring up testosterone just because they're not educated. That does explain why some people might be more aggressive, but the key thing that she hit on is a lack of emotional intelligence that a lot of our kids, especially in the Black society — I'm Black, so I can only speak to what I've seen — they didn't have proper guidance to understand how to regulate their emotions. So then you get somebody that's quick to do a pew pew action, right? So that explains that. But last thing I'll say is population numbers in the U.S. have gone up. Violent crime has gone down historically since 1960. So I mean that this is not a problem, even though we still have our extreme issues in the community. I would say violence is still one of them. However, it's thankfully it's the average Black person is not. I would not put them in the category, Black male specifically, as being violent. The most violent people on the planet historically are non-emotional when they plan their violence. They sit down. I sit in meetings with these people, and they're very skilled at creating a violent act. Nobody's emotional, and that's where the logic part comes in. So two things can be true at once. That's.
I was about to ask that. So, if testosterone is the driver in violence, then are white teen men, do they have more testosterone than Black men?
I don't believe testosterone is the driver in violence. It's definitely a key contributor. I think the driver in violence is desire for power. So if you look at civilizations that have massive power, typically they got that power through using violence. And then America has been very crafty. Instead of using violence, because you can't just use brute force on a melting pot, now you go to the secondary efforts of confusion and manipulation that she brought up too. A lot of people have bought into the programming that we all kind of receive. Most people probably that was on this call might be a little bit more sharper at knowing that you're being fed things that are designed to manipulate you and distort the reality. So that's the key thing that I point out.
Edowan, appreciate you. He said, very true, pub. As a kid, I watched my sperm donor proclaim his superior logic while acting like a child. Then he made fun of me for reading books and being calm when he went off. Make it make sense. He was jealous. He was jealous you could read and he couldn't. Valerie said, hey, Bird. Edowan also said, it's not testosterone. Like Bird says, it's a complete lack of emotional intelligence and self-awareness. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, also men are extremely violent towards women and children. Like if men are so violent, why aren't we more violent towards each other? And I know people are going to say, well, men, the number one unalivers of men is men. Yeah. But because men are, let's say you got two aggressive men, right? Or men that are, okay, cool, right? So there's a reason, you know what I'm saying? Like you get it. It's a reaction, and men pose more of a threat physically than other men do, right? Just generally speaking. And we know the history or the nature, if you will, of men, that if I don't do something, this man may, pick up a pew. You know what I'm saying? He may do something. He may wild out. Okay, cool. So I got to stop him before he does it to me. Cool. Okay. Lastly, men engage in riskier behaviors. Men are, we sell smugs more. We do smugs more. We put ourselves, in the line of fire, so to speak, way more than women do, right? Women are risk averse in this way. Okay. But then men will then turn around and also be extremely violent to women and children, the people who pose little to no threat to them. So is it like here's what I'm saying. There are men who wouldn't bust a grape in a fruit fight, right? Like with another man. Won't look another man's way, right? Get around some kids and they start beating on their kids. They want to, especially those men, the scariest men, the ones that never grew up fighting themselves. Now they want their sons to be the toughest niggas on the planet. They want their sons to be Mike Tyson. So they thinking they got to go extra hard and abuse their kids even more because the world gonna do it and up before right? So you got that. If it's strict, if it's just testosterone, or if it has anything to do with it even, then why does it seem like men find a way to abuse the people or harm the people who pose the least amount of threat against them, right? That's what I'm saying. The least threat against it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. That's why I will never buy in to anything that has to do with like biology when it comes to violence. I just don't believe it. I don't buy it. I never have. I never will. You can never convince me of that. Right. And I'm not saying, well, I won't say you can never convince me of it. I'm saying with the information that we have now, you can't convince me with it. There's not enough for me personally. I listen to doctors talk about men's brains being shaped different and not shaped different. Women's brains having different activity going on, and the male brain has different activity going on, and the physiological differences, like whatever. I don't give a fuck. What I think it is, I think it's all rooted in the patriarchy. I think it's all rooted in subjugation. I think that a small group of men convince the majority of men that they deserve to have dominion and power over everything and everyone. That is what I believe. Period, point blank. I think that's the truth. And I honestly believe that if we raised our boys because I'm raising my son to be like this. And I don't want to say if everybody raised their boys like mine, but you take whatever approach you want. But if you raise your boys to not be violent, I don't think they would be violent. I think if you raise your boys to respect women, I'm pretty sure they'll respect women. I'm pretty sure if you really put in the effort and make sure you check every single time that misogyny crops up and you knock that shit down and you chop it down, right? I'm not. Maybe you ain't got to worry about them being violent against women and children. I don't know.
No, that's facts.
You know what though? They're scared of that because they're scared of what may happen to their boys if their boys are the kind of men that respect women and that are kind and compassionate, or have those coded feminine traits. Like they are really terrified of what a quote unquote soft boy, how he will be able to manage in a world full of very hard men. Like, and that's the part that a lot of men need to be more honest with themselves about, because we know that men are 230 times more likely to be assaulted by a man than they are to be falsely accused by a woman.
Yeah.
Like that's there's no question about that. That is a fact. It's not up for debate.
Yep.
But instead of addressing the thing that is socializing men to not only attack women, but also attack men and attack children, address that part and skirt away from, women just want to falsely accuse me, or testosterone is making me aggressive, or it's making me want to assault people, because it's not. It's absolutely how you are socialized and your unwillingness to break away from those traditionally masculine ideas that have you so afraid to venture off from the pack that you would rather join in and coerce women and lie to them and mistreat them and dehumanize them or unalive them or leave them to be unalived because you want to attach yourself to masculinity in order to protect yourself.
Yep. Miss Crizzy Baby says, sir, violence is also being cussed out for not giving out a number. There's a spectrum of violence in that. That happens daily. That's facts. Biku said, this all started because men learned to use violence against us and our children as leverage to force women to comply. We have the technology to make it stop now. Everything stems from control. Yep. Happy time, Van. Are you there? All right. Strong bite. What's good with it? You sound like Max Headroom. She sound like a breakdancing song from the 80s.
Kay took over Shan's Wi-Fi.
Obviously. They said they swap. Damn. Go ahead. Oh, she still got the red bars. Come back to us when you can. Celestial, what's good?
Hey, Pop. Hey, BPG. How y'all doing today?
Good, good.
Good. I don't have a lot to say, but on the topic of men are more emotional than women, I remember when I was in college, I read Steve Harvey's "Act Like a Lady, Think Like a Man," and it was laced with how a lot of his talking points about how you can't do what I do and still be a lady, or how men take breaks, you know, how when a woman is like late, or when we're like, hey, I need a break, or our relationship is on a break. And he used to say like, well, you're on a break, men are not, you know. Also, it just shows that like the emotion, I'm sorry, I'm tying this in incorrectly, but in reference to him saying you can't do what I do and still be a lady, as far as the emotions are, if they act the same way that we do when we are in our feelings about things, they just express it differently. It comes out violently. Like my most prevalent example of when I was a child, I didn't speak to my dad or something. I was having a bad day and I was just really in my head. He yelled at me. Like literally screamed at me. And when I explained to him what was going on, he was like, well, men don't cry. They're like lions, they roar. You know, it was, and that was so traumatic for me. That's why I will never tolerate a man yelling at me. The second you start yelling at me, it's a wrap. Like I won't have it. But as far as the emotions, like having that example, Steve also brought up an example of how, like, if a woman steps out on him, it hurts them more than if a man was to step out on his woman, because you know the woman is expected to like take him back and forgive him and everything, but a man can't do the same because they can't wrap their mind around taking a woman back after she's been with someone else. He just gave so many different examples of how we have to understand how men think but still move accordingly as ladies. It was kind of, it was weird.
It's unsettling.
I'm sorry.
No, I was saying it's unsettling. Yeah, it sounds like it was just like a book full of like excusing misogyny.
It was. They did a little, I think Mahogany Pink did a little bit of a synopsis on his book, Act Like a Lady, Think Like a Man. But when I was reading it, it seemed, even when I was in college and reading it, it seemed a bit tilted, you know, because it's like, why do we have to act a certain way in order to get men to just be human beings? Because he would even say, we as women, men can only get away with what they do to us because we allowed them to, or he said something to that extent. And it didn't make sense then. It's like, what do you mean what we allow you to do? Like if you're not being a decent person, if you're acting an ass, why is that my fault?
Yeah, that's it. So basically you heard back then it was the choose better shit. That's all he was saying.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
Right.
Yeah, that's really all I wanted to come up and share. Sorry if I'm not articulating myself.
Oh no, I totally understand what you were saying. 100%.
All right, you have a good day, Pub.
You too. Appreciate you, Edwine.
I think I'm good now. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. BBG drop.
Okay.
Go ahead. We listening.
She did?
Yeah, I thought she was up here.
I forgot I had requested up, and then we stopped at the rest stop because in the words of men, there's just certain shit as a man you don't have to worry about. I.e., I had to make sure that we went to pee before sundown because I don't want to have to stop again with me and my 5-year-old daughter in the car because I'm a girl. I'm also sharing my location with 3 people, including my husband, and those are the things logistically when I heard Bourbon talking about just the logistics and the things that women think ahead about. Men don't calculate like that. It's a different level in girl math. But I came up here to say these men's is you hoes okay? Are you hoes okay? Like this, I could not wrap my head around this idea that men were so hell-bent on blaming women about things instead of looking introspectively at the behavior of men and why these narratives are the way that they are. Your live is a perfect case study of they came up here and proved the point in real time about how men are more emotional. Willing to crash out. They were ready to crash out because you were saying men were more emotional, but then you got this nigga up here blaming his mama because he was emotional. But no, I'm 36. I don't blame her no more. But sir, you just threw her under the bus in front of 500 people. Like be fucking for real. And you notice the negative things that they think about women is tied to women being more emotional. The one guy kept going over, what man do you know cried because his partner rolled over in bed? Like the chick was melting down because her partner rolled over in bed. And I'm pretty sure if she was melting down, it was probably a culmination of events.
Yeah.
And if that wasn't the first time that happened, there's so many different things. And men see one snapshot of, y'all are emotional. And then the justifying SA, there was just so much to unpack in this live. I really want men, y'all are scaring us. Okay? y'all are single-handedly making it make sense that women would choose to bear.
Oh yeah.
I want y'all to listen to yourselves. Like, and what's his face on your panel? He talked like he got a little bit of sense when he was like, "Dog, y'all making us look bad." They couldn't even think about the things that they liked about women.
SRT.
Yeah, but like y'all couldn't even articulate things that you actually like about women.
I didn't get a chance to answer that question.
They don't see us as human beings.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't see us as human beings. But y'all scaring me. Is you hoes okay? Because y'all proved the prompt in real time.
Every time.
But that's all I had to say. Like you niggas is not well, and you scaring us. Y'all are scaring us. Hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your daughters. Everybody go hide.
Hey, we gotta ask. Hold on. What'd you say? You want to answer the question? You want to answer the question, bro?
Yeah, I just said I didn't get a chance to answer that question because I wasn't connected then when y'all were talking about it. I forgot all about it when I came on.
Go ahead.
So the thing I love about women, I love the women's ability to process more than one activity at any said moment. That's something I've always appreciated about women, the ability to multitask. And I appreciate specifically mothers, their ability to put their kids' needs over everything else in most cases. I ain't talking about the mothers we know that don't do that. But most mothers I've came across, they fall in that category.
Nurturing. I agree. Yep. All right, hold on. Okay. So it looks like I got a lot more. I got some more time to go, but I might need to swap out the prompt. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm gonna swap out the prompt, y'all. I'll be right back. Yeah, we're gonna adjust the prompt on over here real quick. Might as well. I hate being banned on my main page, man. I do. I got banned on my main page. It's tough. It really is. It's tough. Hopefully, I don't get banned on this one. What did we do the other day? We did women are stronger than men. That was crazy. They was mad. Huh. Single mothers are more valuable. Oh man. Let's spin the block on this one. Yeah, I got banned on because of Ye. You think it was because of Ye? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it was Edwine said the book and the movie were a joke, talking about the Think Like a Man. He made excuses for men's behavior and told women to eat it so they could be picked. I lost all respect for him. Yeah, I never liked Steve Harvey personally. I was never a fan of his, but I didn't even know. When that whole thing was happening. I didn't know. I was married and shit. I wasn't even in. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's my first time getting banned in months. I don't know what the fuck. You never know. You think that? Yeah, probably. But yeah, when that shit came out, I was like, oh my goodness. I got banned on my other page, Onyx. So we over here. We're gonna recycle it. Emotional report. Emotional reporting is crazy. Hey, Mr. Cleanup Man, I don't know if you want to stay up or not. You can. More than welcome to. I changed the prompt. It says single mothers are more valuable than men. I think this is a good one for the backup page. We gotta spin the block again on this one. It was too fun. We're gonna take advice from Mr. Potato Head. Yeah. Man, you hurt my feelings. I'm reporting you. Jonathan Majors has an odd style of dress. Jonathan Majors is a weird motherfucker in general. Steve Harvey is a rich baby. Were the turkeys alive? They were. Men are dumb for a prompt. I gotta be careful. I got to be careful. Hey, it was good, man.
Hey, how's it going?
Great, brother.
Do you need my age or anything? Or
yeah, fuck it. I wouldn't have asked, but how old are you?
I'm 21.
All right. That's old enough-ish. Go ahead, brother.
So can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I can hear you perfectly fine. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thanks for fixing it.
So I completely agree with the prompt. I don't know what it is, but I prefer single mothers than just like normal women. I don't know what it is with coochie or something, but the coochie just tastes better.
Oh, shit.
After they just went through the whole like birthing thing. So
we got to be careful. This is my backup page. If it was on my main page, I'll let you rock out more, but you can't be up here talking like that. I don't like that type of shit. Also, I could take a troll, but like, come on, man. Don't be in here fucking with people's situations, brother. Don't do that. That ain't nice. That ain't nice. I don't like it. 21-year-old ain't had no vagina since vagina had him. Talking about some, the coochie tastes better. What? Sounded like Steve Carell and 40-year-old virgin. And when you grab a woman's breast and it feels like a bag of sand. Yeah, I was nailing her. She was talking about, oh, me so horny. I was nailing her. Y'all some geeks. Oh my God. Y'all need to stop that shit. Yeah, throw that 40-year-old. I can't even watch that shit no more. I done seen it so many times. I might have to wait like 20 years to watch it again. Cornbread. What does bruh 3 mean? I don't know what that means. You line of the ones who voted blue? What does that mean? Double A? I'm inviting, hey, double A. Look, you can come up. I'm gonna mute you for the live. You can come up and get unmuted. I don't know who this man is. Where you at? Bread? Where Bread go? Cornbread. There you go, Cornbread. Come on up, Cornbread. I don't know what bruh 3 means. I might not. What is that? I don't know what that means. I just want to know what that means. I don't know. Cornbread.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what does that mean, bruh 3? What does that mean?
It just means bread to the third power.
Oh, okay. Oh shit. Some told me it was some. I was like, wait, that's funny. All right. I was like, man, I feel like I should know this. It was nagging me. What do the stats show? About what? What do the stats show about what? I got it. Nah, bro, look at facts. Scott Ratliff. I would love to look at the facts. You please tell me, Scott Ratliff. Tell me about the facts. What facts do you have? I only ask people for stats when they say it's proven. Then I go, but wait, where? Right? But if you just say something like, it's like an observable truth, I don't need you to prove that. J Bay said, Pub is CNG, the duo I never knew I needed, y'all. Oh, man. Yeah, so single mothers are more valuable than men. I think we did this. We'll spin the block on this one. They don't even know how to read studies. They read studies from top to bottom. They don't even know how you're supposed to read them. They don't know what order you're supposed to read it in. But anyways, yeah, I wholeheartedly believe this to be true. I think it's very interesting to hear men argue against this. So I like doing this. Am I messy for sharing this live to my family member 60 plus? Nah, hell no. Share it to them. Bring their ass in here. Hey, Mr. Cleanup Man, are you there, brother?
Yeah, I'm still here, bro.
Okay, I didn't know if you were. I was asking. I didn't know. Like I said, I didn't know if you wanted to stay up here for this prompt, but if you're more than welcome to comment or whatever you want to say.
So I mean, my thoughts just in general. I'm somebody I like to hear. I like to be informed about what I'm going to talk about. So I'll preface this by saying I haven't done no research on it like y'all. Maybe y'all
okay.
did. But just in theory,
I mean, I haven't done.
My bad. Go ahead.
No, I said I haven't done like research specifically on this. Right? It's more just like observed, and you could look at it other ways. But so I pretty much what up, RCD? So how I look at this is two things. A, I think that single moms are I've said this the other day. I said single moms are saving the community, right? And that's what because who else is gonna raise the kids if it ain't the mothers? Because the daddies don't want to do it the vast majority of the time. And even if the daddies are there, they don't want to do it. That's the funny part. So they are raising in the Black community, they're raising the majority of the kids, but mothers in general are they are the ones that are doing the majority of the child rearing, right? And men are I believe, and you could let me know what you think about this, obviously, I think men are a net negative on society. I don't think men are collectively good for society in our current state. I think that we can be? Absolutely. Absolutely. Do I think that we are currently? No.
Now, I
Not
would
even.
agree with that last point specifically. I mean, based on the results that I'm seeing, I take it a step further. I'm sure you know who George Carlin is, a famous comedian.
Yeah, I love George Carlin.
George Carlin had a quote that said, you know, if there is a God, I'm 100% convinced that is a man, because no woman would fuck things up to this
It's
level.
bad. Mm-hmm.
You know,
He
so
my
that's
top. He my
quote
top 5
always.
comedian.
I'm not somebody, you know, I can acknowledge when somebody's strong in something and when somebody's weak in something. So I ain't about to go crazy with that. But I will acknowledge, based on what I'm seeing, this, especially, I like to keep it on Western society since that's all I know. This construct of life that's designed by men in this country, it's just not, it's just toxic overall. That's just my opinion on it. But based on your prompt, though, what you're talking about, yeah, I would say women are more important. A healthy woman is definitely more important than a healthy male if you got to pick one or the other, just because women are more equipped to nurture. I just think biologically that's something that something that they do better. So just on that argument alone, I would agree with that.
I don't know who that was. Who was up there? Dijon, you come back up, brother. I was trying to. I was about to let you speak. I don't know if you could. If that was possible for you. But by all means, please come back up. I would love to hear it.
Hey, what was the overall opinions that you had last time you had it? Because you're revisiting this topic. I missed the last one that you had going.
Oh, I don't think we ran this one. The one that I ran was single mothers are saving the community. But yeah, the men was crashing out. They was trying to blame single mothers for everything and talking about the prison and and all of that shit and how the men are in prison and the same talking point. There's a dude in here using that same talking point right now. I'm gonna mute him actually because I invited him up a couple of times and he didn't want to come up. So we gotta mute. We typically mute the people that be liking to disagree in the comments but don't want to have a conversation. So we gonna mute them up. But they got the same talking point. It's the same thing over and over and over again. It's the the women are responsible for the men being in prison. And I don't understand how women would be responsible for that. And secondly, I don't understand how if the same men, when I ran that other prompt today, they were saying this very same men would say, like, well, women are, but men are violent. Most men are violent and most men aren't in prison and da-da-da-da-da, right? And then when I asked the men, when I asked those same men, like, but most men aren't violent and most men aren't in prison, right? And they'll be like, yeah. And I'm like, so that means that women are raising good men, right? Most men are good. You can't have it both ways. OVO, what's good with it?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yesterday I was scrolling my TikTok, and I'm just a scroller. Like, this is my first time ever doing this.
That's what's up, man.
Maybe you just baited me into this, but here I am. Okay.
Maybe.
Baited. Okay. Single mothers are more valuable than men. Okay. Listen. At the end of the day, we need women. Women are very valuable. Okay. Okay. At the end of the day, we do need women.
Yep.
However, society wouldn't run to where it is without, like, okay, not all men, but a minority of men. If the minority of men who, I'm not talking about this other, I don't want to explain it because I'm African. English is not so good for me. But if the minority of men who are disciplined, who get up, I got a business, I do shit, I'm valuable, all that stuff. If we don't keep our discipline and everything together and our families together, there'll be no motherfucking society anywhere, bro. Anywhere. It's just a lot. There's a lot of dudes, especially in America, and sorry that they're black. They look like us, and those aren't raised properly, and you see it, and then we got a lot of single mothers. Of course, if the single mother's not having babies, our community collapses too. That's why the single mothers are valuable. However, if there was no minority men who are raised good, who is doing everything, who are some type of value, who these women also wanted, there'll be no society. So if you're saying single mothers are more valuable, no, because if those minority of men get kicked off or die somewhere off, then there is even no the women collapse on themselves. And there's no more.
Why do you think that? Why do you think the women collapse on themselves? What would that look like? What would that look like? What do you mean?
Okay, so like I said, if those minority of men who are keeping forward and straight fast and going through life and doing everything and taking care of the women themselves, if they're gone and you're left with bum dudes and single moms, then the society collapses.
I know. What does it look like?
It's just like chess. If the king is out, it's out.
Kings are not needed in chess.
What you mean? Like, what does it look like?
Wait. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Not. I said chess.
Yeah, I'm sorry. King, you do have to capture the king.
I said chess, bro.
But the king. If the king
is out, bro.
Yeah, I mean that's the name of the game is to capture the king, but the queen is the most powerful piece on the board.
Okay, that's another wrong one. People like to say, because I know you're probably not a chess player, dude. Anytime a king is taken out, anytime the king's taken out, the game's over. No, the queen is the tool of the king. That's why I'm saying, like, if you have one single thing about a man, a great man, bro. If you, as a man, if you don't choose a great woman to be on your side to do your bidding, yeah, it's gonna be a tough life. It's just true.
To do your bidding?
If a king is out of the chess, but I'm not after, huh?
You said to do, wait, but you haven't answered my question. Okay. What does it look like when you say that women, if the society was ran by women, it would collapse on itself? What does that look like?
I mean, look at the households right now with the children of the single mothers, but they're not doing so good. They're not doing so hot.
I mean, and why do you think that is?
What happened to Kamala? Okay, let's have an election. Even look at the election.
Please let's not.
Look at just Kamala's election.
Hold on, wait. Please let's not. Please let's not. I promise you, it's not even worth the discussion. What I want to know from you is, what does it look like if women are in charge and there's not that many men around?
Businesses collapse. Everything collapses. Example: the turkey leg in Texas. The turkey leg. Remember that? Are you familiar with that business in Texas? The turkey leg.
No. Do we need that business?
The man built it. The man built it. As women ran it to the ground. Women run business to the ground.
Wait. Hold on. Oh, wait. Who runs more businesses to the ground per capita, men or women?
Women.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, just because women start more businesses,
I didn't say who starts more businesses. I said who runs more businesses into the ground per capita, men or women, and you said women, and I disagree with that. It's not. It's men.
Okay, where your sources are? Because
where are yours?
Women.
The thing is, hold on. Here's what I'm saying.
I can pull them up right now. I can
pull them up right now.
All my stuff up.
I bet money you couldn't. I bet money there's nothing. You haven't read this anywhere. I promise you. You just made it up. Now you can feel the way you want to feel, and I would rather have the conversation based on that. And I want you to use your logic to make it make sense. I'm okay with that. We don't got to get into let's pull up sources and stuff like that. Hold on. OVO, please don't talk while I'm talking. I've been respectful of you. I've been letting you talk. Can I finish anything that I'm saying?
No, I'm sorry, my fault.
Okay. So what I'm saying is you think that women run businesses into the ground. You think that, first of all, let's just back it up. Society doesn't need businesses to exist. I would argue and I would contend that the model that we have for society, which is the capitalist model, where people run businesses and stuff like that, I think that is actually a bad, inefficient model to run a society on. Right? It doesn't create equity in society, first and foremost. So I agree. I do think that women would allow capitalism to collapse, but I believe that women would replace it with a better system, because the one that men have in place right now is one of the most inefficient and equitable systems to ever exist in the history of mankind.
So you're okay? Can I talk?
Yeah, absolutely.
Last question.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, so you think? I mean, hey, this is a different perspective. I'm not here to like try to disagree. Maybe like you're right. You know what I'm saying? I'm just kind of like, wow, this is. I come from a what do you put this again? A patriarchal.
Yeah, you come from a patriarchal.
Yeah, I come from that. You see me? Where I come from,
me too.
We're straight. You know what I'm saying? We're good. Best off on how we live. But when I guess in America they just cry about this all day, and maybe I don't know. Maybe the system here has failed. Has failed everybody.
Oh no, the system hasn't failed.
I mean, capitalism. I would say capitalism is the best system, though. But anyway, we're getting off topic. But
what is capitalism?
Give me 1 second. I'm searching my first one who runs businesses to the ground.
Say what? I wouldn't.
Was talking about.
Yeah, I wouldn't even worry about that right now. Who? I'm sorry. What is capitalism?
What is capitalism? Isn't capitalism like competition in business in a system that only it's like an economic system where the private individual owns the means of productions and prices and products.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so dude, I've gone in a world where there's communism.
Where? What world? What world have you lived in where there was communism? Okay.
I lived in China for 2 years.
But China isn't communist.
Well, it's not communism. It's like a hybrid of communism, and it used to be communism way before then. But it's got a hybrid of communism and capitalism.
So that's not communism. You do realize you can't have a hybrid of communism and capitalism. They are 100% oppositional to one another. So you can't have both. America is also a hybrid. There is no true 100% capitalist country in the world. Because capitalism would fail. Hold on, wait. Because capitalism would fail, which it has many a times, if it doesn't have social programs to supplement it, right? So capitalism ain't the best system. And like I said, because women actually care about the collective, they would create a system in which most people were taken care of.
Okay, do you actually think women do care about the community?
I know they do. They're the only people that do.
Are you sure?
As a group, yeah. Men don't give a fuck about who is destroying the community.
Well, I gotta disagree with that, brother.
Who do you? Okay, I just want to ask.
Sure.
I don't know who's destroying the community. I think
you don't know who's destroying the community.
I don't think men are destroying the community.
Okay, then who's destroying it then? Termites, rats. Who's destroying the community if it ain't men?
I think as a collective, we're all destroying the community.
So you think women are destroying the community?
Both men and women.
How are women destroying the community? What percentage? There's 100% to blame, and you got two parties to blame, right? You got 100% blame pie, right? What percentage of blame are you attributing to women for destroying the community?
Listen. Are we talking about black community or white community?
I don't. It doesn't. The same rules are going to apply in every single community, so it doesn't matter.
I'm saying 50-50.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you answer. I just want him to answer first. I want OVO to answer. Go ahead, OVO.
Now, I think men are destroying the community because they've lost control. That's why I'll say that.
Okay. So men are responsible for destroying the community. So like I said, only women care about the community. Like as a collective, it's only women. Men don't care as a collective. We don't. We can't.
What makes you think men of now don't care? Men of this time don't care.
Of any time, sir. Of any time.
Oh my goodness. Okay, listen. We have men. I don't know. Men today, I feel like they're not doing anything. They lost control. They simp. I don't know what the fuck they doing out there, but I don't know. Maybe.
What does this have to do with simping?
It's a weird time.
What does anything I'm talking about have to do with simping?
Because
you think robbing people, unaliving people, selling smugs, committing rape, you think that has something to do with simping?
Okay, you're talking about men crimes. Women do crimes too, buddy. They're probably even worse.
So probably even worse. Okay. So you think women commit more crimes than men?
Yes, they just don't get caught. Niggas commit crime and get caught. Women do more haste and shit. Okay, are you married?
Yeah.
Are you married? Okay. You have kids?
Mm-hmm.
You sure about this? No, don't find so sure. How long you been married?
What are you talking about? I'm not sure about this. I told you yes, both questions, and I've been married for 13 years.
Okay, maybe you seen it. Maybe you seen it on your side of things, right?
Nope.
But
nope. Just ask it. I'm trying to ask you. I'm trying to ask you. In what world do women commit more crimes than men?
In this world that we live in.
Okay. Based on what?
Based on based on the fact that actually I'm digging myself in a grave. But no, actually men commit more crimes, but women.
Hold on, can you sit with that for a second instead of trying to argue? Just sit with that for a second. Men commit more crimes than women, and when you say that, it's not 49 to 51. It's like 90 to 10, 85 to 15, 98 to 2. It's a fucking blowout, right? So once again, men are destroying the community, so they can't be we can't be the ones saving it when we're the ones destroying it. Women are not destroying the community.
How are men destroying it?
I just told you. Rape, unalivings, physical violence, lying, manipulating, leaving children, financially abandoning people, creating all these systems of oppression, the military industrial complex, the prison industrial complex, capitalism, racism, sex, all these things are created by men. All of these things I just named are perpetuated the most by men and or created by men. So once again,
okay, what do you think women are gonna? Okay, one more question. Okay, listen. Again, I'm here. I'm just trying to learn. Okay, I'm disagreeing. You just maybe to find some.
Catch Me Outside said, take a breath between.
You, but other than that,
Catch Me Outside said, take a deep breath between disagreeing. Cheryl said, please get rid of it. And she put 5 on you. Bun Mistress said, I choose to be a SM. I am very content. A single mom, 2 kids, happy, healthy. We live in a nice area. I have good role models for them. I'm a professional and support the community. Very happy. Miss Teller says, do men know that in every species on the planet that the female has more value than the male, and he must prove himself worthy to her? Facts. Submissive Provider says, lies. Turkey Leg Hut was her business. He ran it into the ground, then tried to burn it down. Jesus Christ, you were wrong. I don't even know what you're talking about, but I believe him. And then I want. Hold on. No, I don't want to go back to that because I don't know what it is and I don't care to argue about it. It seems stupid. It seems arbitrary. I don't know what it is. How the fuck? You don't even know what is pandering. What does pandering mean? Look it up. Look it up like you did capitalism. OVO. Look up pandering like you did capitalism right now. Tell me what it is. Look it up right now.
I can't believe you, man.
Look it up right now. Look it up just like you looked up capitalism.
Okay, I'm looking it up right now. I got you. Pandering.
Yep.
Pander.
Yep.
My phone is slow as hell.
You got to get off that Obama phone.
Give me a second. Well, it's actually the Wi-Fi that's pretty freaking slow.
Yeah. Oh, I know. You on that McDonald's Wi-Fi.
Pandering. Come on, man. Come on, really? Come on, really? Why you trying to take me out like that? No,
I'm not. Come on. Just answer the question. I'm looking for it.
An immoral or distasteful desire, need, or habit, or a person with such a desire, etc. Examples: newspapers are pandering to people baser instincts.
So baser instincts. Do you know what that means?
Pretty much, you're here just pandering to the women.
No, you can't use the definition. You can't use the word in the definition. I'm saying, do you know what they mean by appealing to somebody's baser instincts? You know what baser instincts are?
Okay, the act of catering to like profiting for somebody's weaknesses and vices. So you're sitting over here, you're gathering all the women up like the pastors do in America, and just blah 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 blah. But really, I'm so informative about these issues. Like I'm not the best, but if I bring real men out here to talk to you,
so you're not a real man.
I just don't know.
So you're not a wait. First of all, you just admitted that you're not a real man. Secondly, hold on, OVO. Secondly, hold on,
I'm
OVO.
28 years old.
Hold on, brother. I can't. Secondly, I do this every day, right? I've spoken to real men, fake men like you, whatever, right? None of you guys have stomped me out. None of you. I got hours and hours and hours of all my shit is posted. I don't hide nothing. I'm here. You guys have the same 2 talking points. It would be crazy for it to happen to me at this point, honestly. It's just wild. Because I know what you guys are going to say before you say it. I know what you're going to say before you say it. Like when I was telling you the things I was telling you, you were looking like I don't know if you ever seen that meme of like Hillary Clinton when the balls were dropping down on her, the balloons, and she was like, wow. Like you were shocked. You were like, wow. I can't believe this. I can't believe he's saying this. Like I say things to you guys that you've never heard, but nothing you say to me is new. I've heard everything you have to say. Everything you just said, minus the little anecdotal example, the turkey leg hut shit that you just made up, not that. But everything else you've said, I've heard it 1,000 times. I'm Sunshine Anderson. I've heard it all before. There's nothing you guys say that's new to me. Right? And every single thing you guys have said to me, I have swatted it down. I have debunked it. Every single thing. That's literally what I do. So I just want you to know that it's not you, right? It's not that you're not good enough to do this. It's your belief system that is flawed. That was my point. That's why I wanted you to really understand what pandering is, because nothing I'm saying is immoral or distasteful. I'm not lying about anything. I haven't made up one lie. I'm not appealing to people's baser natures. None of that stuff. Well, you know what? I disagree with that. I'm not going to even lie. I do think that the way that I word some of my things, even though I believe them to be true, I can word them differently and pretty much say the same thing, but I word them in such a way that it does invoke a certain amount of emotions out of people, right? You're right. So I'll accept that, but that's intentional. I don't feel like that's bad because this is still true. It's not like I don't believe it. It's not like I'm lying. I just word it in such a way. I could say it in a more nicer way, but I don't want to. I'll punch you in the mouth with it. That's on purpose. Right? Go ahead, Mr. Cleanup Man. Mr. Cleanup Man disagreed earlier. I would love for you to tell me why you disagree.
I disagree with one point. I didn't disagree with the entirety of what you were saying.
You did. You said you disagree. You disagree when I said that men are destroying the community and men don't care about the community. You said, "Oh, I disagree with that."
It was something else that you put in there that I was mainly referencing. It wasn't that whole statement. Of course, we know toxic men are definitely ruining the community. And I'm gonna say disenfranchised, economically disenfranchised communities. Most men, period. Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by toxic. So I'm not even going to disagree with that.
Most men are toxic because most men are destructive. Most men are manipulators. Most men are liars. Most men are abusers. So most men are toxic.
Okay, well, I would say most people fit in that category, but that's my opinion on that.
But they don't though. I know that's your go-to. That's your easy. That's the easy
that's
thing.
What I believe, sir. Look.
I know, but
go ahead.
But logically, you know that doesn't make sense. Logically, you know that women are more trustworthy. Women are nowhere near as violent. Women are nowhere near as women have more integrity than men, so on and so forth. So I don't know why you would even fix your lips to say something like, well, I believe that goes both ways. Both ways implies, just so you know, both ways doesn't mean that only men do this and no woman does it. That's not what both ways means. Both ways means it is pretty much equal, right? The actions are pretty much equal. 50-50, you would say. It goes both ways. 50-50, close to it, right? 55-45, 60-40. You're telling me that men and women almost equally contribute to the destruction of the community when 85% of custodial parents are women. 1 out of 3 girls are molested. 90% of rapes are committed by men. 98% of violence is committed by men. You're telling me it goes both ways?
Yes, and I can even cite why I'm saying that. The whole reason why is I grew up in the hood, right? So I've seen that some of my friends that were the most treacherous amongst us, they had no positive examples, male or female. Very, very rarely did they have them. So that's why I'm saying both. The men and the women in their life were both toxic. Now, as far as men, I will say men should take them. Well, I'm just answering your question.
I don't even know, but I'm saying that logic doesn't track.
It doesn't track with what? As far as
it doesn't negate.
So let me quantify it further. Okay. Right.
You got a lot of like, you sound muffled.
Hold on one second. Hold on.
Yeah, you were good before, and then the sound got
can you hear me better now?
Yeah, that's perfect.
All
right, I got you. Okay.
No, I'll take it a step further, right? And of course, I believe this is a small segment, right? A lot of times we get hung up on the most toxic in the communities, and it'd be a small percentage. However, a lot of women that chose toxic men and vice versa, right? People not vetting each other, right? We already know somebody is what it is.
Hold on, sir. So
go ahead.
You want me to say it goes both ways because women choose, and you're proving my point, just so you know. So the men are toxic. You're saying that by somehow, some way, though, because a woman chose him, she's also toxic. That doesn't make sense.
Okay, well, that's fine if it don't make sense with you, but this is my point.
No.
It doesn't make sense. We know that women are more educated than men, right?
No, but you have to make that make sense. How does that track logically?
I'm trying to quantify it for you. We understand just based on degrees, etc. Women have the capability to make logical decisions. That's just facts. We got too much evidence to support that. Men too, but we ain't talking about men right now because you asked me to quantify it. Mm-hmm. If we are not vetting each other, men and women collectively, right? Extensive vetting, not just whatever, something that's short term. That is a failure on our society at large. That's what's happening. That's why the divorce rates are so high. We got the highest in the world.
What is the divorce rate?
It's over 50%.
No, it's not.
What is it?
It's like 35%.
Okay. Well, either way, that's still too high. But
is it?
From the studies that I've read, it's 50%. 50% of divorces or marriages end in divorce.
Do you know why? Do you know how they came to that number?
Yeah, through studies. Of course.
No. What formula did they use to come to that conclusion?
No, I don't have that information.
Okay. You should look that up because it's now 50%. Okay. But I'm listening to you.
No, but the points that the brother made before, he couldn't quantify what he was talking about. He went on a whole lot of tangents that he probably was just spitting out based on what he heard, right? He probably not even living in the United States right now. I don't know. But as far as
sound like you were Canadian. I ain't gonna hold you. Sounded Canadian, yeah.
I mean, of course, I don't agree with him. He's saying that if women had to take over society and run it, that it'd collapse. I think I understand what he was trying to say. Yes, there's going to be a halting period because most of the tactical jobs women don't perform. Things like mechanics and stuff like that, they just don't do that. In those career fields, they're very low in percentage. So I think that's what he was trying to say. However, I can't speak for that, brother. But we know that women would learn that just like they learn everything else. They'll adapt, and women are smart enough to do that. So, but when you talk about blame, as far as like in the hoods, man, that blame goes all around. And the problem I have with men is that most men are unwilling or unable to at least self-analyze and say, yo, I'm playing a part in this, right?
I feel like you are a part of that problem right now in real time. I feel like you are.
How so? Because in my personal life, I don't contribute to anything destructive on that level. I've been married 16 years. Yeah. I have my kids. I do a good job with my kids.
Yeah, I don't know. That's, what I'm saying? I'm not in your personal life like that, but I do know that when people publicly say stuff like it goes both ways and you victim blame, right? Like you're doing the women who are abused by the men by saying like they should have vetted better, which that's what you're doing. You're blaming the victims. I think that's
I didn't know you were talking about abuse though, because that's not what I was talking about. I'm not talking about anybody that got abused.
What is abuse?
I didn't say the word abuse, and if that's what you meant, that's not what
I know. I'm saying you say toxic. What does toxic entail if not abuse?
To me, toxic is anybody whose personal ambitions will lead them to do anything that's dishonest to get to whatever their ambitions are.
Which you don't typically abusive. You name the action, it's probably going to be considered abuse. Name it. Lying, abusive. Manipulating, abusive. Cheating, abusive. Financially abusing, financially manipulating, financially controlling, abusive. Controlling, abusive. Domineering, abusive. Physical threat, physical violence, abusive. It's all abuse.
Yeah, and you get no argument from me that those are all wrong.
I'm talking about abuse. Huh?
Yeah, you get no argument. Of course, I agree with you on that.
Okay, so
but my point is, how can you have a population, right, where the population is almost even, right? We already understand men commit far more violent crimes, no argument about that. But you can't have these conditions that exist in our community if you have on one hand a segment of society that is most educated, proving that they can learn and solve problems with no issues, but yet B, have somebody that's illogical and cannot solve problems, but both of them combined, we have these results. You can't have,
what results do we have? The results prove what I'm saying, because you have one group of people who wish to make society better, and you have one group of people who wish to fuck it up and don't care what happens to it. And a group of people that care about society are women, and a group of people who wish to control and domineer and dominate and manipulate and abuse are men. And you see the results of that in the real world. That's my point. So that's what I'm saying. What's hard to understand about that? Why can't? What do you mean? That doesn't go both ways.
About that. Nothing hard to understand. You're just wrong as far as human nature. That's just what I just believe.
But you don't know human nature though.
Okay, well that could be. That could be, but I believe personally that men and women specifically, it ain't no doubt about this. And if people are honest, they know I'm telling the truth.
Can I ask you a question?
What we should care about most importantly are not material possessions, right? People go wrong with that's their primary focus.
But what does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Everything. No, people are motivated by survival. When you look at crime, most crimes are committed based on being economically disenfranchised. That's just a fact, bro. Around the whole world. Who created
that system of economic disenfranchisement?
What was your question?
Who created the system that leads to economic disenfranchisement?
Men created that system, 100%.
Okay.
But that system is not.
Hold on, wait.
No system can work without.
Hold on. Men created that system. Who benefits most from that system?
Benefits how?
Economically, obviously.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, if
you don't know who, hold on.
No, see, I don't know.
What I'm saying.
No, because,
this is not.
Let me tell you why I don't know. Let me tell you why I don't know. Because I know that black men are jailed far more than any other segment, right? And we know that we get targeted more.
Not what I'm asking.
Okay,
that's irrelevant.
If you ask the average black man, have they enjoyed?
That's not what I asked you. That's not. Hold on. Stop. I don't.
But
I just want you to answer my question.
I want to answer your question, but these topics are far more nuanced. But you can't just spit out an answer.
I understand the nuance. You hold on, sir. I'm explaining to you the nuance. You are disregarding it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm telling you the nuance. I'm the one giving nuance. You're not. What you're saying is not nuanced. You just because nuance does not mean it goes both ways. That's not nuance. That's a fucking lie. Okay, nuance is this is what happened. Hold on. Nuance is me saying that men created these systems of oppression and men benefit from these systems of oppression the most by far. That is nuance. So I'm giving you the what and the why, right? What's going on? Men created these systems of oppression. Why did they do it? So they can benefit from it. That's the nuance you're looking for, right? So by that logic, if men created the system for their benefit, then why would anybody believe for a split second that it's equal? If men are the ones who are benefiting from it the most, and men are the ones who invented it, how do you come to the logical conclusion that it is equal, but the responsibility for the demise or for the problems that exist in society are equally split between men and women? That doesn't make sense.
No, and I agree with you. In theory, that does not make sense, of course, and that's not what I'm saying. Of course, we know men have benefited far more in this current system than women. That's not even no argument. But as far as value attributed on both sides, see, as society shifts, the biological natures and roles that traditionally men and women have occupied have always been different. Now we live in a society where that's not the case. There's a marrying of both roles. There's an expectation. That's why we had these arguments, because this is uncharted territory for all of human history as far as where we are right now. So it takes these type of conversation and people that are actually willing to listen, like I'm trying to do and trying to understand,
so
right? To actually
so listen. So that's a good place to stop. So let's listen.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna give you this is an exercise.
Yeah.
If you are, if you borrow money from somebody, right? I've done this before. It's like they call it like a gambler's debt or something like that. So if you borrow $500 from somebody, right? So you can play poker. Let's say you go to the poker table, right? You win $1,000. How much money are you supposed to give the person that gave you $500?
Somebody gave me $500 to gamble with, and
that's I give you $500.
Yep.
Right.
And
my money. I give you $500. You win 1,000. Right. Or you not you total win 1,000. You know what I'm saying? You're not up 1,000. You win a total. So you win 500. I would say. So now you got 1,000 total. How much of that money should they get of that $1,000?
I would say, fair would be giving them half. Half of that winning to me would be fair.
So you would give them half of the winnings, right? So you would give them their 500 back, and then you would split 500, right? Okay, 250. Okay, cool. So, right? So you started off at a deficit, right? You started off at a deficit. Now, let's take that same scenario. You borrow the 500. You win, you get back 300. Are you still at a deficit?
Now that I've repaid them back, right?
No, you haven't repaid them back. I'm saying you start over again. You got a new 500. They give you 500. You go to the tables, go play. You only win 3.
If you only win 3, obviously
you still haven't recouped the full 5, right? So you're still in the whole $200, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now that is essentially how men function in society, right? As a group, we owe society a debt because we are the ones who have fucked it up. It's us, right? So we owe $500, right? Now, if a group of men are trying to clean things up, or if a group of, like, for an example, if an oil spill happens in the ocean and a bunch of people come together and start to clean it up, right? And help clean it up. That doesn't negate the oil spill, right? It doesn't mean like, look how good humans are. See what I'm saying? Because the oil spill happened to begin with, right? So if you're operating from a deficit like men are because of how much we harm society, you cannot say just because some men are fighting against that and some men hope to change that, that does not negate the deficit. That does not negate the debt. You still have a debt to pay. And men still have a debt to pay because there's not enough men that want to change, and there's not enough men who have enough power or authority or whatever or influence to positively impact and change society and steer it in the right direction, right?
So that's a good point.
So we are operating. So men are still operating in the negative at this point. We are still operating in the negative, right? Okay, cool. Now, in the same scenario that I was describing with the person who gave you $500, that is women. Women gave us, we took the money from them.
Okay, can I interject real quick?
So they are not a part of the fucking problem. It's not them, right? Like they didn't do it. We owe them the money. Okay, they are we owe it to them to fix society. That's what I'm saying. So when you say weird shit, like it goes both ways, right? And when you talk about men and women, and you a black man, right? So if I got up here and we were talking about racism, and I said it goes both ways. If I said racism goes both ways, would you buy that? Would you be like, yeah, I mean, black people have, like, what? What are you talking? No, that's crazy talk.
Those are two separate arguments, and
they're not. They're not.
Yes, they are.
They're not. No, they're not.
How? Let me explain. All right.
How is racism? Hold on. How is racism different from the patriarchy?
The patriarchy is something that I can immediately impact in my everyday life right now.
Hold on.
Personally, on a micro level.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. What is the patriarchy?
The patriarchy is the governing system that we currently have, where the male is expected to dominate all control.
Okay.
Right.
And what is racism? Racism
is a construct system that
gives white
people based on power, resources, et cetera, et cetera.
Exactly. So what is the fucking difference between the patriarchy and racism? One is rooted in gender, and the other is rooted in race. Both of them social constructs, both of them constructed to strip away power from one group of people to give it to another group of people. Right?
No, correct. And I don't disagree with
so they operate very similarly. That's why I was hoping you would be able to connect those dots. So if racism, if I got up here once again as a black person or white, or if I was a white person or whatever, and I was like, well, I mean, it goes both ways, man. I mean, black people, man, I mean, we're not perfect. You would be like, what?
Let me see. I understand. So just so I can know what your expectation is for all men, right? Okay. How can a man show that they are actually trying to repay the debt to women, right? Like for instance, make it personal for myself. Yeah. What should I be doing in my everyday life?
Not lying.
Okay.
That's the first thing I would do. Do not ever get on a public platform and say it goes both ways and blame women and then victim blame women for being abused by men.
Well, I never did that. I never did that.
You literally did that. Your words, not mine. You said that they got to do a better job vetting these toxic men.
That's and I said, well, did you disagree with that though?
Yes.
Okay, well,
100%.
I'm sorry. I teach my daughter exactly all the ways that I was wrong in my life, so she can know how to avoid the things that I actually.
That's not the same thing. That's not. That's not even close to the same
but
thing.
If
your daughter gets abused by a man, listen to what I'm saying, sir. Hold on. If your daughter gets abused by a man, will you go to her and say, you should have vetted him better?
If she didn't, hell yeah, I'm gonna say that. That's a fact. But that's impossible to happen because I'm already showing her how to vet. Now, just because you vet somebody doesn't mean that people don't slip through the cracks. We got sociopaths and everything out here. We understand that. We wouldn't have had these problems if it was so simple to say, okay, all men need to acknowledge their faults, or okay, all women.
If your daughter stopped talking to you because you said that to her, do you not think that would be fair? You probably don't think that would be fair. I'm telling you, as a human being,
I would never say to my daughter,
if I was abused by somebody and you told me I should have vetted them better, I would never talk to you again. Personally, I would never. You would never get a postcard, a text
that's not
message.
what I said, though. That's not what I said.
You did say. Stop saying you didn't say the thing you just said. You just said it. I'm not stupid. I heard you.
I did say I would say that, but then I quantified it by saying I would never have to say that because my daughter's already.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't negate that you would say it, sir. The but doesn't negate that you would say it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. How does the but negate?
I don't fit into that type of question. That's not something
you do. You 100% fit into that because you are a man with a daughter. So by that alone, you fit into that. Because more than likely, if she hasn't been already,
let me ask, is it ever okay to tell anybody the truth?
Hasn't already been a bit.
Do you believe it's ever okay to tell somebody they made a mistake? I'm not talking about somebody's in pain, somebody just got whatever essayed and all that. Come on, I have more common sense. Most people have more common sense. There's a lot of people that don't, but I'm not talking about those extreme examples. But is it if you're a man that's unable to properly provide provision, right? As you see, I'm not talking about toxic provision, but just basic provision throughout the course of somebody's childhood. Is it ever okay? When are you allowed to say that, okay, I think you're about to make a mistake if you go forward with this? That's all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about that crazy.
Proactive. You could tell her like, hey, I don't think he's the guy for you. And I spotted these red.
That's all I'm talking about, man. I'm not talking about
not what you're talking about. That's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. And that's not what we're talking about. You're trying to gaslight me. Don't do that. I asked you specifically, if your daughter were to get abused by a man, would you blame her? Would you tell her she should have vetted better? And you said yes.
If she, I won't tell her that. If she did not do any vetting, man,
let's say she vetted. We make decisions. Let's say, who doesn't do any vetting? Seriously, who doesn't? What percentage of women don't do any vetting?
Most people that's probably in this country right now do very little vetting. What's my proof on that? Look at society at large. That's my proof on that. We've all been tricked and bamboozled. How does it prove it? I know you believe that you're exempt from all of this program.
I don't,
but you're not.
I don't think I'm. Hold on, don't project. I don't think I'm exempt. I think I'm a part of the problem. I think I have been a part of the problem for the vast majority of my life. Right? I'm trying to change it, but I definitely believe I'm a part of the problem. I don't think I'm exempt from anything. I believe I've been socially programmed. I think I've victimized people before, mainly women. Like, I've definitely been a part of the problem. No doubt about it. I'm not about to sit here and lie and act like, no, I never did that. I ain't never lied to a woman. I ain't never manipulated a woman and da-da-da. Nope, I've done it. Yep, I've done it.
And that's all I'm saying about all people. That's my whole point. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying that it takes two. There's a reason why we're designed.
It doesn't take two. How does that prove it takes two? I'm telling you, listen, I did it.
If men could solve all their problems on their own, they would already be solved. If women could solve all their problems on their own, they would already be solved. That's just my belief, man. There's things that men need to hear from women, the men that's actually trying to listen. There's things that men need to learn from women. That's facts, bro.
But you're not saying anything. I promise you're not. I'm not in this context. What I'm saying is I manipulated a woman, right? What do I look like? What do I look like knowing I manipulated a woman? What do I look like telling that woman she should have vetted me better? That shit is sick.
Well, that's crazy.
Yes, exactly. That's crazy.
But
so you telling a woman, hold on. So you telling a woman, even if you weren't the man who did it, it's the same fucking idea though.
No, it's not. And
how is it not?
That way? Because one thing is a macro scenario, right? Patriarchy, and then the individual anecdote I share.
Both of them are individual. What are you talking about?
That's a micro.
Both of them are personal. Both of them.
Yeah, they can affect somebody, affect the person. I agree with that part. All I'm saying is that I think there's definitely has to be, because if men don't listen to women and women don't listen to men and both people are not open to change, I just don't believe no problems will be solved.
What do we need? What do women need to listen to us about?
First of all, women need to listen to men so that men can hopefully explain what methods of correction men need to get. They need to know, like, first of all, Yeah, men need to understand better. Women need to understand better from men how men operate, because we speak two different languages. That's just a fact.
So let me ask you a question. And I don't mean to be. It's going to sound facetious, but I'm not going to make an assumption.
Go ahead.
You've never dated a man, right?
Never.
Never. I've never dated a man either, right? How in the hell do you think you know more about how men operate? Even though you're a man, I hear you, I hear that. But what makes you think you have some insight that women don't have about men? I'm very curious to know that, because when men say that, it always blows my mind. I'm like, what do you think you know? So you think, hold on, wait. So let me back it up a little bit more too. So you mean the group of people who raised us, who nurtured us, who care for us, right? And then you mean the same group of people who sleep with us, who help us, who nurture us still even as adults. You think that that group of people who've been hurt by us, who've been abused by us, you think that that group of people really need to listen to us about we know something about men that they don't.
Yeah, I do. And we speak, for instance, I put it this way. Every man that's actually been in a relationship with a woman, and every woman that's been in a relationship with a man, you'll have exchanges of information, almost be saying the same thing. A lot of times you're not, but almost be saying the same thing and be talking past each other, right? That's
because men don't listen.
Okay, maybe. We know men don't listen by and large. We understand that, right?
But women do listen.
Women listen when they want to listen. Sometimes they only hear whatever they want to hear.
Way more often than men. Hold on. Men want to be able to gaslight women. That's what I believe. So what you're talking about right now would lead women further into hell, dude. Seriously.
Okay. I'm talking about
telling women that they look, brother. I do this all. I don't think men's feelings should be validated. Generally speaking, most personally, macro, personal don't matter. Most men be fucking lying. Most men don't know what they talking about. Most men, the language they speak, when you say men and women speak different languages, I agree. The language that men speak is manipulation. We are fluent in manipulation. That is the language we speak. Gaslighting is our second tongue. That's the language we speak. Women are way more forthcoming, way more honest, so on and so forth, right? So yeah, you're right. We're speaking two different languages. You're right.
But that's not.
You got a man in a relationship lying, and you got a woman telling the truth.
Let me give you a small example of how I can debunk that so easily, right? Overall, I say women are more honest overall. Overall, if we just want to throw that out there.
Of course they are.
But women can't even be honest with the average man for fear of retaliation. That's a fact. So women already, they have to be delicate with how they respond to people for fear of violence and other things. We already understand that. So that debunks that just so easily. But that's my point.
Doesn't debunk it. That actually proves my point. That men, sir, how can it go both ways? Hold on, please listen to what I'm saying. How does it go both ways? If even based on what you're saying, men are the perpetuators of violence. Like a woman can't even be honest with a man.
It's the fear of violence. You're talking about it is not going to touch a woman. It's the fear of violence. A woman is only in her right mind to know, okay, I know that this can possibly happen, so I need to keep my guard up at all times. That's logical. There's nothing wrong with that. But we already know
there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with women having to live with the threat of violence being hanging over them, even with the men that are supposed to be the protectors and providers.
No,
you don't see anything wrong with that.
I'm saying there's nothing wrong with keeping your guard up, knowing that the threat of violence exists. Of course, I understand the whole world and society at large is a problem, but I like to focus on the solutions. I don't like to just go in circles and circles about, what is the overall message on your shows? Is it that all women just need to just go somewhere where no men exist? Because that's what I'm trying to find out.
Hey, wait, B. Hold on, be careful. This is my backup now. We already got banned one time. Let's be nice.
I think you're full of it, and you know why? Because we were almost there with you. We were almost there with the point, and you walked right past it. You made a comment, and for some reason, this comment stuck out to me because you ain't the first old head who said this, that these women are supposed to be so degreed and so smart. How are they getting manipulated? Well, sir, there's no college course on men being effing terrible. There's no amount of preparation and teaching that can prepare a woman for being in a 10-year marriage and getting abused and neglected by her husband. There is no college course on the idea that a woman is going to have a baby, have this man's baby, push it out, go through the trauma of birth, and this man is going to turn around and ask her 2 days later, can he get some brain? There is no college class that prepares women for shit like that. So I really need for you and other people like you people, this is what y'all don't like when white people say this, but you people who think that because a woman has a degree or she has education, she can't be manipulated, and she should have vetted better. Well, let me tell you one thing: there are men out here who will make a fake degree. There are men out here who will make fake pay stubs. There are men who will move into a place, pretend like it's their place the whole time it's their homeboy place. Drive a car the whole time it's their homeboy car. You mean to tell me if you're dating a woman and she starts asking you questions like, let me see your registration, let me see who named this car in. Let me see your license, let me see what your home address is. Let me look up that address. And if she starts asking you probing questions like that as a man, you're not going to be offended and taken aback and saying, oh, you traumatized. Why are you questioning me like that? Why are you giving me the third degree? Mm-hmm. She's trying to vet you because she has been traumatized. But the moment women try to do that and ask questions, now it's you asking too many questions, you nagging. I'm not your baby daddy. I'm not him. How do you vet a situation like that? How do you vet somebody who is unwilling to listen? On all accounts. Mm-hmm. Please tell me. And if your daughter were to come to you,
let me know when I can respond.
I got you.
And brought this man to your house for Thanksgiving dinner, and you said, "Oh, he's a good guy. He's in the church." I've seen people vet preachers for their daughter, and those preachers are effing sociopaths and child molesters. Okay? So go to hell with your vetting. Sometimes them preachers be the worst ones.
Awesome. All right, let me read these real quick. Cynthia G said, man, that was a long time ago. He's not pandering. He's holding up a mirror and showing men how ugly y'all's reflection is, and y'all don't like it. Your hypersensitivity won't allow it. Teresa said, he hasn't read stats. Divorce is at an all-time low. It is. Edwine says, sir, read Herland by C.P. Gilman. It gives a good idea of what a woman-led society would be like. Not this foolery y'all are pulling out y'all asses. That's fact. They be saying anything. Teresa says society is better and less violent. He hasn't read. The Brass Doll says men's ideas of vetting are very vague. Talk about that, please. They also disagree with the way stricter women choose to vet men. It's about how they feel, nothing more. That's what Kay was just talking about. Intently purposeful says society is safer with women. Men can go construct an island, live on it, and have their way with each other. Let's do that experiment. $5 on him. Hey, hold on, y'all. If y'all banish men to an island, all I'm saying is visit, or do I gotta? Because I don't want to be on no island with a bunch of men. These niggas are incorrigible. I don't like them. I ain't gonna even hold you. Bonji Baby said, she's right. I dated someone who lied about his roommate's dog. Damn. She's right. I dated someone who lied about his roommate's dog being his. All y'all gotta do, hey, go watch Boomerang. That nigga Eddie Murphy, Marcus was Legion level liar in that movie. Remember that nigga bought the leash to trick Layla Rashawn? What was that dog named? Sparky? No, Kirby. Kirby! Venice said, tell Mr. Clean to shut up and go scrub some floors. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Clean Up, man.
No, she funny. I'm actually doing my chores right now. First of all, to the last caller, I'm glad she shared that, but I'm sorry that she had that unfortunate situation happen to her. But I'll say, as far as the vetting, I mean, she was kind of rude to me personally, telling me to go to HELL, but that's all good. As far as the vetting, it's okay. And hey, no offense taken. You good, man? But as far as the vetting, the problem with a lot of people that I knew and I had to cut off out of my life is because they didn't have no clear purpose and direction in their life, and they did not have God in their life. And you don't even have to be religious, like just something that you have a moral basis from. That's what I think is largely led most of the men astray, right? Putting money over things that make sense, over God, over family. That's what I think is the main problem with most of the men today, putting sex even over it. And I've been guilty of these things my life too, and it took me to this point to kind of see that. So that's my overall point.
Over everything, why these niggas so broke?
It's a lot of dudes that I don't be around broke men. So it's a lot of dudes that's on the corner, right? The people that get shown on the news every night, yeah, a lot of them be broke. We know that. But the average person that I'm around is not broke.
I ain't never put money over. No, I literally in my whole life, I've never put money over anybody.
That's fine. But of course, it's like, matter of fact, a lot of times people that put money over everything, them be the brokest ones too. Because a lot of times they don't have no direction. They'll do anything spontaneously to get money.
Oh, what'd you say? What'd you say, Simon?
All the men in your circle make over 6 figures, huh? Let me guess.
Yeah, they actually do.
I know. I already knew. I know.
You don't got no broke. You ain't got no broke niggas, no bums.
Well, first of all, it ain't even no black people in that circle, and that's unfortunate.
No child molesters, no cheaters.
Wait, hold on. Did you hear what he said? What'd you say?
I said, sad to say, it's only 2 black people in that circle. Of my colleagues, it's only 2 of them in that circle, and that's sad to say. But I mean, that's indicative of the percentages that we have in the country anyway. So I'm not surprised. I mean, black people only 14% of the country.
You never answered her question. Her question was the question is, can you vet a liar? Can you vet someone that's lying to you?
Yeah, first of all, I'll answer the question. But I'll start off by saying that you can't, obviously, there's no amount of vetting that you can, eliminate all liars, because some people are better than others. We know that. But I will say, yes, you can. There's signs that there's things that you can watch. A lot of people overlook the obvious red flags. For her scenario, I don't think she probably could have vetted him
for the first 3 years.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. Keep going. Hold on, let her finish. Ask that question, because you already know I was gonna ask that shit eventually. Go on.
Some of y'all niggas are real good at hiding who you are for months, even years. Some even decades. The ones who really have studied women and know exactly how to tiptoe around and know how to lie and know how to pretend like they got a job outside of the state and they got to do this and they got to do that. Some guys are good at hiding who they are for a very long time. But what y'all would turn around and do once a woman find out, 3 years down the road, he got a whole nother family on the other side of town or in another state, you should have chose better. How?
Again, I can't speak to that scenario, but I can't for the woman that. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
Hey, Mr. Clean, Mr. Milk Dud.
Yes, ma'am.
I said my baby daddy was leaving the house every day for 3 months, pretending like he had a job still. Every day for 3 months. For 18 months, he kept up a lie. There was a lot of things I'm still finding out to this day. My baby about to be 5.
Okay, would you say that y'all share? Would you say that y'all had a high degree of sharing y'all personal details with each other, like from the first time you met him?
We did, and he lied about the details, including his age. he lied about the details, sir.
If he lied about keeping a job and he was still able to pay for that job, pay for everything he had, I can't explain. I mean, I can't explain that. Maybe he was selling drugs.
He didn't have nothing.
Yeah, well, she said he lied about having a job for 18 months or whatever. How was he paying for that?
But he was driving he was living. I don't want to tell that woman's story, but he didn't have nothing, sir. It was a game. It was a game of a house of cards. That's all it was. It was a house of cards, smoke and mirrors.
That's fine.
But
I mean, but those type of situations are gonna happen. They're gonna happen. Nothing's perfect. You know what I mean? What the only other alternative? Yeah, nothing's perfect. But just because a seatbelt might not guarantee save your life, you're still gonna put it on if you know it increases the chance that you're gonna survive. That's my whole point. That's all I'm saying.
Let me help you out better. This is why I got to watch out with these analogies. So I'm gonna take that analogy. I'm gonna tell you how it really should look if you were applying it one to one of this. Seatbelts work. Overwhelmingly, they work, right? Like how many lives have seatbelts saved? Countless. We lost count, right? Okay. That's why you still put a seatbelt on, right? That's why you put a seatbelt on. But what if seatbelts only worked 10% of the time or 20% of the time? Would you still put it on? Would you still be like I would be like, how dare you give me a ticket for not putting a seatbelt? You know what I'm saying? Like, and not only do they not work, what if in most cases they are the thing that actually unalive you? Like, what if in most cases when you wear a seatbelt, the likelihood that you get injured or unalive goes up, not down? Then would it make sense for you to keep wearing a seatbelt?
No, but surely that's not the scenario that women face with men, because most men are not unaliving anybody.
That's absolutely the scenario.
That's not. See?
Most men are unaliving people. That's currently in society.
Y'all lie. Every word. If your mouth is moving, you're lying. You're lying. You've been lying on this lie.
But okay, but let's take it. But see, unlike a lot of men that come on here, I'm actually in good faith. I'm not here. I'm not here to lie. I promise you, I'm not. I may not be educated.
Can you let her finish?
My bad, brother. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
When it all goes back to even just in a dating game, everything y'all do and say is to lie, to manipulate, and get women. Y'all use the phrase like, "Oh, he got game," or "that nigga got game," or "you run the game," right? It starts with that. Everything y'all do and say to women is a lie or a manipulation of some sort to get whatever it is you're trying to get out of her. Some snacks, a place to stay, a car to drive, whatever it is you're looking for from that woman. Y'all gonna lie and pretend. And the thing that's making you untrustworthy right now is you're sitting here as a man acting like you don't know niggas, acting like you don't know y'all niggas be lying. That's what's making you untrustworthy right now.
Well, if I said that, or if I come across like that, of course I understand men lie.
And here's why, exactly, Sharpen Woman. And here's why I be saying don't validate what men are saying. Because Mr. Cleanup Man, you want women to listen to men because you want women to listen to men because we have some insight, right? Now, I would be willing to concede that. Let's say we do have some insight into men that women don't have. Cool. But what good is the insight if all the men gonna do is lie and mask? Which that's what's happening right now. Like, you are doing that right now. You're running cover for all of these men who you claim you don't have nothing to do with, it could never be you when you teaching your daughters how to avoid these men. Here you are protecting those very men.
How?
Here you are. When I just gave you the analogy of the seatbelt, you said, "Oh, come on, not every man is out here unaliving a woman." That is not what I was saying.
What were you trying? What was your point in that?
My point was saying that the seatbelt is a man, and men harm, the majority of men harm women, and the number one unaliver of women are men, right? When it comes to like people, it ain't women. The number one unaliver of a pregnant woman is a man. The number one unaliver of a child is a man, right? When it comes to violence, it's going to be a man.
So I'll go this far with it. If that's true, see, these are why I have questions for, if a creator actually cares about what's happening on this planet. based on everything that you're saying now, I don't even know why men would ever have been designed based on like, and I acknowledge what all men have done, by the way. Right?
I don't believe in God though.
That's fine. I'm just saying I guarantee if you were to poll most of your audience, I guarantee most people do believe in God. Not even probably on this live right now, but most people statistically believe in God. So these are things that I question. So I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
But to me, that's perplexing though.
Answer on this one. This is because I know this is social. God, even if God was real, it's a social. It was still, he wouldn't be able, or it wouldn't be able to explain what's going on.
But overall, in my dating experience when I was younger, and from the people in my family, all I was saying is we don't take enough time to see what people value before we move to sexual relationships and everything. I'm guilty of that. I'm sorry to cut you off, man. Go ahead.
No, you good. What'd you say? You said men are guilty of what? Moving too fast?
Yeah, men, mainly men, but definitely all people in America for sure. Most of us, at least, we have definitely placed our priorities and what should be important ahead of what really is or what's valuable, and that's why I'm just saying we have these problems that we have. That's just my opinion on that.
Got a damn corn husk in my throat. Okay, that was interesting.
Yeah, but I go ahead and mute myself. If anybody else want to have questions for me, I'll answer them honestly. I promise you, I'm trying my best.
Okay. What up, Vanity?
I came to address the God bullish. I'm gonna censor myself since it's your backup.
Please. Thank you.
First and foremost, most of the ones who proclaim that you require the God for morality. If you ever actually read the book, which most believers never have, never will, and will probably stop reading if they ever start, because they will find out that what they base their morality on is exactly why the world looks the way it does. Because that is a manual for colonization, for subjugation, and all other kinds of shun-ending words that basically mean stepping on the necks of women, xenophobia, and all the other phobias and isms that we have. It is a manual for that. Whenever people start talking about where else are you going to get your morality from, try empathy. In the words of Sebastian Cole, morality without empathy is cruelty. And a lot of the times the people on here talking about, well, this is where I get my morals from. After or before, they say some of the most heinous-ish that could possibly come out of their mouth with this guileless word. What did I say? I'm just saying. Whenever they start doing this and they start talking about their belief system, I'm like, oh, that tracks. Because when it comes to the God that they follow, whether any of the Abrahamics, I'm like, yeah, it tracks. It 100% tracks. I'm going to need for women to understand in your vet better arsenal. If he says, I'm a God-fearing man, I'm a man of God, I'm a believer, you might want to haul your ass and run. Facts.
That's how you vet.
Want to go ahead and
that's facts. That's facts right there.
That's a vet.
Atheist, somebody who has absolutely no affiliation to an imaginary friend or an imaginary enemy. Because those ones, the way they think, because the overlap between the men who've voted for Trump, the men who are misogynistic, the men who are religious, and their ability to say no every time you put facts in front of their face, like the Venn diagram is a circle. It is a complete unwavering circle, just smack dab in the middle. That is where it is, because no matter what you present to them, they're going to say and then they're going to start spouting pure and adulterated BS. And all the BS they say is, well, you know, without saying it, this man pretty much said, well, you know, the woman ate the apple. Like, that's how many times he said, well, you know, if a woman would do this, or if a woman would do that, or if she doesn't become omniscient and, you know, omnipresent and prescient, you know, and like figure out and read a man's mind, you know, up to 12 years in the future and everything like that, anything has happened to her, she absolutely deserves it. She had it coming, because, bitch, why weren't you psychic? And this is what they keep asking. Why weren't you psychic? Why weren't you a mind reader? Even though I detest you and everything like that, and even though I see you as subhuman, I also see you as superhuman. Why were you not able to look into the future and tell that I was going to be a piece of ish? And then inform me that I was going to be a piece of ish to save both of us from me harming you.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I'm hearing when they're talking.
That shit is crazy.
the same men who will ask, why wasn't your skirt longer? Why were you wearing that?
Yep.
Why were you out there by yourself?
Yep.
It goes hand in hand.
Mm-hmm. A lot of victim blaming. Miss Chrissy Baby said, we are vetting you right now. Not looking good for you, pal. But when vetting occurs in real time, we are being too harsh on you. Bonji Baby said they don't even have deep conversations with their other male friends, but want to tell us we can't vet. HB said, get rid of Clayton Bigsby, please. Mixer said the FBI can't vet. Why do these men expect the average woman to vet? This is another excuse that so-called quote-unquote good men use to blame women. Yeah, absolutely. There's always a good man who it doesn't apply to that's trying to blame women. That's 7 on his head, by the way. It's always the good women. It's always the good women or the good men who are running cover for the bad men. Always. Ain't that something? It's always the good.
Hey, for the record, that's the category you place me in, brother?
What category?
The category of a good man trying to run cover for the bad man. I already know most of the chat does. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you're a good man, but I don't think, me personally, I don't think most men are good. So that's, you don't worry about that. I mean, but yeah, I think you are running cover for dangerous and bad men. And the fact that you I can understand to a certain extent you just want to have the conversation, right? But the way you are going about having a conversation doesn't really sound like you're trying to understand what any of us are saying. It just sounds like you keep just trying to be like, well, like anytime people say stuff like, well, we just agreed, we just disagreed. And I'm like, no, you have to, if you say something to me that is logical, right? If it disagrees with something that I previously thought to be logical, I have to weigh them against one another. And then I either have to accept one and disregard the other or vice versa. But that's not happening in this conversation, right? It's not you, it's not us or me or whoever. I'm asking, like, the things you're saying aren't logical to me, right? Like, you've said a lot of things that contradict one another. You double talked a lot of times. You've gone back on the things you said several times. And I'm just like, so, like, here's the logic here. And then you're like, well, you can just believe whatever you want to believe and just being completely dismissive or trying to gaslight me or create like some straw man argument. And it's just like, are you actually here for the solutions? Because the solution is the problem. And the problem is the solution in this particular case, right? And I'm trying to get you to understand that the problem it's not necessarily men, right? That's not what the problem is. The problem is the system, right? And it's all of these systems of oppression. But the people who uphold these systems overwhelmingly are also the people who benefit from these systems overwhelmingly are men. That's the correlation. That's the connection, right? Men are the ones who have created these oppressive systems. We benefit from these oppressive systems. Therefore, we uphold these oppressive systems. And there's no room in there to play it goes both ways game. There's no time to be a both ways bandit. You have to draw a line in the sand and say, I am on either the side of the oppressor or I'm on the side of the oppressed. And you are on the side of the oppressor. Because if you're on both sides, then you are on the side of the oppressor. And I would even go a step further to say the way that Malcolm X spoke of white liberals being wolves in sheep's clothing, that is what you are. That's why I wouldn't call you a good man, right? You said you got a daughter. You don't sound like you're really.
Let me engage in that real quick.
Go ahead.
That's unfortunate that how I spoke today come across that way, and I can understand why people feel that way. That's fine. But I definitely was here, and I enjoyed the conversation. I enjoyed trying to learn. That's why I've been here this long listening, and mainly because that's why I try to be respectful with it. But lastly, I'll say for me specifically, I just keep it on me. Mm-hmm. I don't just hear one thing and then immediately I'm able to learn the lesson, or immediately I'm able to make sure I don't make that mistake again. Most people, I argue, it takes them time. Even yourself, I bet you can admit right now, however you came to whatever conclusion you are right now, that didn't just happen through one conversation. So I want people to keep that in their mind too when they listen to, I don't want people to just be like, oh, well, shit, he ain't trying to. No, I am.
You know why? But do you know why it took me so long to accept it? You know why it took me so long to learn it?
Go ahead. No, I don't know why.
Because I never listened to understand. That's what I'm telling you. It's not because I'm incapable of processing or digesting information in real time. I'm actually really good at that. I'm fairly good at that, right? Like I could digest shit fairly quickly, right? It's happened up here many a times. I'll believe something. I might say something, and then somebody will challenge it. I'm like, no, you know what? Nope, you're right, right? Like, but that's because I'm not listening. I'm not listening to respond. I'm listening to understand. I'm not listening to be combative, and I'm not listening to hold my worldview. I'm not trying to protect my worldview. I want my worldview to be shattered every day, right? Like that is like my goal. Like I can't wait for somebody to come along and tell me what I'm saying and convince me that what I'm saying and believing is wrong, and I need to steer in a different direction. I want that, right? Because, or should I say, not want it? I seek it though. It's not like I want it per se, but I'm seeking it because I don't want to be on the wrong course. So you know what I'm saying? So I'm actively looking for the thing that challenges the way that I think. I'm not trying to negate it. I'm not trying to brush it off. I'm not trying to downplay it. I want it. I want to confront it. I want to, like Van was talking about, I want to do the Venn diagram and I want to see if it overlaps any, or if it completely covers it, or to whatever, varying degree that it does. So that's what I want to do. I want to weigh out the pros and the cons of your worldview versus my worldview. I want to weigh out whatever we're talking. Like that's what I want to do. But I can do that in real time because I want to do that. Like I'm actively doing. I'm not trying to prove you wrong. I'm not trying to prove me right. Right. I'm just listening to you to be like, okay, maybe I'm missing something. But unfortunately, like I said before, the vast majority of the things that men like you say, the thing that you're saying, I just want you to know, the things that you're saying, Mr. Cleanup Man, I've heard 10 times today from various men. You were in here. The men were, but you guys all were saying the same thing.
Let me tell you one thing you didn't hear when you let me know when I can respond.
Go ahead, you can respond right now. Go ahead.
And just to show, of course, I've admitted numerous times throughout this conversation that there's a lot of things that I do not know that I'm still learning. The fact that I've been here and I haven't tried to cut anybody off. I did a few times. I apologize. But just that's one little way people can know that I'm dead serious about trying to learn. I'll say that, and most of my statements I made, if I don't have any literature to back that up, or if I'm not well versed in that area, I preface my statement with, hey, I don't have that information. So, of course, no, I can't, nobody can just walk away immediately and then the lights click on, even mid conversation. That just doesn't happen. So
it does.
I mean, that's unreal. You said
it literally does. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to see.
I'm talking about for me. I'm talking about for me. I'm talking about for me. I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for
okay.
Or for whoever else that
works. It doesn't happen, but you're saying like it doesn't happen for you. Okay, cool. But
yeah,
I'm saying
that's all I'm saying. That's why I've been listening to understand. So I got things. Hey, if you can give me that book review, that book that somebody cited too, so I can write.
Oh, I'll tell you right now. It was Brother Edwine. He said, oh, the name of the book is Herland. 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 Herland by C.P. Gilman.
Cool. Appreciate that.
Yep. Hey, go ahead, Dominique.
I keep listening. Appreciate it.
All right. Go ahead, Dominique. Dominique Pettis, are you there? There's two Dominiques on the stage. Let's see which one is which. All right. Dominique Pettis, are you there? Well, neither is there. So we got that and we got that. All right, y'all. We couldn't even crack 100,000 on this thing. Hey man, Mr. Cleanup Man, I am going to drop you. I appreciate you coming up. I'm about to end the live. That's why it ain't.
Already, bro. Take care, man. Be safe.
I appreciate you, man. Come back anytime. I appreciate y'all on the panel. Thanks for joining me. Yeah, man, we did it. Did I read all of them? Yep, I did read all of them. We got through all the super chats. Yeah, I love that. Juneteenth said, bet $20 he won't read it. Yeah, he won't. I don't think he will, but we'll see. Man, I gotta go. I gotta eat dinner. I gotta eat Dan, and I gotta get ready. We did it, John. Hey man, shout out to all the old subs, all the new subs. Best mods in the business, man. I don't know how many mods was in here. There probably wasn't that many on the backup. I'm gonna have to set up my new backups. Shout out to everybody in the chat over here. All my super chatters on YouTube, and the regular chat. Y'all was in there doing y'all thing. TAM, Teresa Reese Skyla, Mr. Cleanup Man, Shorty Rah Rah, Mrs. True Teller, Miss Chrissy Baby, Cynthia G, Valerie W, Bun Mistress, Lisa Simpson, Lady Starfish, Sister Knight. Most men are guilty of some form of essay, and that's why they did not. Yeah, we read that one. I just wanted to make sure. Lisa Simpson, Morgan Martin, Edwine, Valerie W, Biku, Submissive Providers, The Brass Doll, Intently Purposeful, Bonji Baby, Mistress Monica, and HB. I appreciate y'all, man. We was rocking out. We had damn near 500 people over here on the YouTubes, man. I love it. We'll be back tomorrow on the Tiki Tax. I'm gonna be on the backup page all week, apparently, until next Sunday. You know, they done banned your boy. They got me. No, thank you. I appreciate that, Dana. Hey, bang the cash out one time on the way out. $1 to do. Keep the live alive. We couldn't get up to 100,000. We couldn't get up to 100,000. At least drop a little bit in the collection plate. A little clink, 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 clink. I appreciate it. I'll see y'all mañana.